during the speech? Or?
Sure. Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the University of Porto. Welcome to the opening session of the Annual Summit 2021 of the European University Alliance for Global Health. It is with great pleasure that the University of Porto is hosting this major event in an opportunity to reconnect and bring together the academic communities that constitute the Alliance. Our opening session will begin with a statement from Vanessa de Biais-Santon from the European Commission's Directorate General for Education and Culture, Higher Education Unit.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be with you, even if it's only online, but still a great opportunity for me to address to all of you and to thank you for all the progress that you've made so far as part of the EUGLOH European University to move towards a truly strategic and advanced cooperation. And we see that you've organized a series of interdisciplinary short-term programs strongly linked to the job market. So that's a very good start. That is very much welcome. And now comes the critical moment to develop even more joint educational activities together at bachelor, master, doctoral levels, so that even more of your staff and your students can experiment and benefit from this European University on global health. And I think we all agree when I say that this shift needs proper support from within your institutions, as well as from the outside, from the EU. And this is the path towards structural, systemic, and sustainable impact. And in that respect, you know that you have several allies. First and foremost in the European Commission and in the EU, but also in the member states, who adopted a very supportive Council conclusion last 17th of May. And of course, in your student and staff, always so committed. We need to work together because the European universities is not a short-term project. This is a long-term initiative and a long-term process. A process that demands a great deal of resources and a big amount of commitment on everybody's part. This process also demands that we all listen to each other. We have been consulting extensively with you, with all the other European universities, but also beyond, with the wide higher education research and innovation community, on the further rollout of this European Universities Initiative. And we seem to constantly arrive at three vectors for our European action. First, we need more sustainable funding. Second, we need policy support to facilitate deeper cooperation. And third, we want this vision to benefit, well, this vision for the future of universities to not just affect just a few institutions, but we need to think broader, looking at the whole higher education research and innovation sector. So let me start with more sustainable funding. I'm happy to tell you that we are preparing the launch of new competitive calls under the Erasmus Plus 2022 work program to continue supporting this initiative, including EUGLOH, as you will come next year to the end of the first 3-year phase. So you have told us how important funding is to make sure that cooperation is long-term, because indeed these changes need time and resources, and we agree. So we want to make sure that the work of the first 2 rounds of the 41 European universities continues to bear fruit. And our first priority here is to make sure that you have steady resources. So we are proposing a revised funding model, more ambitious, with higher funding proportional to the number of partners in a given alliance. And we are proposing a 4 + 2 years bridge funding model to support you in continue experimenting and continue developing further joint educational activities, and of course also joint research innovation activities. And my colleague Apostolia Caramali will explain that further after me. So we want you to continue building strong transnational cooperation between the partners in the alliance. And of course, this bridge funding is not automatic, and the call will be competitive based on qualitative criteria, and independent experts will look at what you have delivered after the first 3 years and the potential for the future. Second, we heard that you need policy support, and we know that European universities are facing quite a number of challenges when it comes to implementing joint educational activities, due to the lack of coherence between the various higher education systems. For example, when it comes to the accreditation and quality assurance of joint transnational cooperation activities and degrees. So that is why we are working on a council recommendation to recommend member states to move towards more effective European transnational cooperation in higher education. So we want to address through this proposal the most pressing challenges that you are facing on that front, and we aim at presenting it early next year. We understood from the French presidency that they are keen on then negotiating it as part of the council so that it could be adopted still under the French presidency. So that's very good news. It looks very promising. Based on what I said before, the organization of the short interdisciplinary programs that you are putting in place as part of this alliance, I want to tell you that we are also working together with the member states and the council recommendation to facilitate their validation and their recognition across the European education area. So we are going to present in December this year another council recommendation to facilitate this take-up, this recognition, and the portability across the member states. Another very important as well element and vision for the future is also to support and to facilitate education for environmental sustainability. So we're going as well here to work with the member states with the council recommendation. If you want to really facilitate looking at environmental sustainability from an institutional approach and a global perspective at the level of higher education institutions. So that's the third policy initiative on which we are working on. And last but not least, we see this European Universities Initiative as very much valuable to the whole higher education research and innovation sector. And the lessons that you've learned will be extremely useful for many other universities. And it will maximize, if the entire sector can learn from your experiences, it will maximize our investments through Erasmus Plus and Horizon Europe, not to mention all the work on the policy front. And here, I would like to mention all our work for presenting early next year, together with my colleague Lia Karamali, a European strategy for universities. We want and we need to invest in higher education institutions throughout Europe, because this is key for Europe's recovery. It is key when it comes to implementing the European Green Deal, the digital decade, the skills agenda, the industrial strategy, but also the health strategy. And for that, we need your support. We need the support of the wide higher education research and innovation sector. And your example, the example of your European university, should inspire and really the whole higher education landscape. So we know that change is never easy. Transformation is never easy. We also know that especially when some member states can disagree between each other, having tried and tested experiences at European level, as you do, can make a huge, huge difference. So I would like to thank you once again for your invitation to address you, all of you. Today, we dearly need more initiatives like yours. I wish you a lot of success with the further development of your European University. I wish you to keep the enthusiasm that you had from the very beginning. We know that it's not easy. It requires a lot of resources, a lot of time, but we are convinced that it's definitely worth it. And the ministers from the 27 member states are really convinced that this investment in time and in resources is definitely worth it. They see these European universities as really the path towards the future of universities. And it is so essential to provide the right skills, competencies, attitudes to so many young people, especially as we soon enter to the European Year of Youth next year. So thank you to all of you.
Now, Apostolia Karamali, from the European Commission's Directorate General for Research and Innovation, will address some words to the summit's participants.
Thank you very much. Also on my side, I'm very pleased and honored to be here with you today and to complement the introduction made by my colleague Vanessa, also on the research and innovation side. So I have been asked to provide also to recall a little bit the context for the research innovation dimension of European universities, which I will do shortly. It goes without saying that universities have multiple missions, and a very important mission for universities is research and innovation. So Soon after the launch of the initiative of the European universities, we engaged very strongly in order to dive into the research and innovation dimension of universities and see how we could further support this important policy initiative, and also the effort from universities and how we could empower universities to actually improve and further strengthen the role of research and innovation from their side. So there has been a very strong consultation during especially 2019 and 2020 for that matter, under the broader title of Vision 2030. And through this consultation, we identified important values that underline the research innovation mission, in particular ethics and integrity, trust in science, the importance of freedom of academic research and scientific research more broadly, just to mention a few. Also, through this consultation, there was, together with universities, we identified a number of areas where further effort could be made in order to deepen the cooperation for the research innovation dimension. In particular, the identification of common research and innovation agendas addressing key societal challenges, the importance of supporting and strengthening human capital, in particular researchers in their careers, the challenge of sharing infrastructures and ensuring the optimization of the use of infrastructures, be that laboratories, research infrastructures, but also sharing the data linked to those infrastructures and ensuring that this becomes as smooth as possible and more sustainable. Another area was the cooperation with the non-academic sector, in other words, with other actors of the ecosystem, be that industry, research organizations, the society, and the citizens at large. Another challenge is linked to the digital transformation of universities, and this includes, from the research perspective, also a very important open science dimension and mainstreaming open science, making sure that universities are equipped with the tools in order to reap the benefits of open science and accelerate the research results. And finally, of course, engaging with citizens and society, the universities without walls, and making sure that the universities, first and foremost, also support their mission in pooling the society and strengthening their role in the democracy and the overall knowledge-based approach that we have. So on the basis of this of these findings, soon after the calls launched under Erasmus, there was support under Horizon 2020 in order to deepen these areas, also identify other areas important for research and innovation. And on this basis, we managed to launch to mirror grants under Horizon 2020 for the European universities, first for the 17 alliances, and we're now are about to kick off, or we're kicking off, or we're about to kick off the projects for the other alliances. So this is where we are so far, and we are very pleased that overall there is a very strong uptake by European universities projects funded under Horizon 2020 of these areas, which we called at the time transformation modules, on the basis of a guidance document that was published on Europa. And so is also, so there is this uptake of these areas for transformation, but also a very strong thematic focus, such as yours, on addressing societal challenges and therefore introducing directionality in the research and the innovation dimension as well. Now, of course, we don't stop there. I'm very pleased to inform you also that under Horizon Europe, there is, of course, explicit support for the European universities. And already under the first work program for 21 and 22, which was adopted earlier this year, we already foresee such support. And I would like to draw particularly your attention to 2 points under the widening participation and strengthening the European research area part. The calls under what is known as the European Excellence Initiative and brain circulation. The European Excellence Initiative, which is published under this part, aims at strengthening further more universities in addressing these transformation challenges and also preparing themselves to join in the future alliances. There is also another branch which aims at better linking with the universities with their ecosystems. And what this is under the name of excellence hubs in the work program. And therefore we work on these 2 dimensions in order to give universities the possibility to further explore this support towards the future. On the brain circulation part, we reinforce further the importance of attracting talent, and there we come in addition to calls that come from the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, and we give additional opportunities for fellowships, which are called ERA fellowships and ERA talents in the future. Finally, under the same part, there is a possibility to offer acceleration services to universities in their pursuit of this continuous improvement to the future. And here we are very much inspired by acceleration services that we offer in other areas of Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020 in the past, whereby we offer the possibility for direct support to universities when they want to develop action plans, they want to develop strategies. There will be support offered through this kind of services. The other point I would like to address is 2 important trends currently in research and innovation policy, which are bound also to influence the work and the role of universities, as universities are very important players of the research and European research and innovation system more broadly, and they actually they are very important beneficiaries of the Horizon Europe program in general, with something like between 40 and 50% participation to our programs. So the first point I would like to attract your attention to is the missions, what we call missions. And the second point is what is known as the ERA policy agenda. Let me be more explicit. The Commission very recently adopted a communication on the missions. The missions are supposed to be a new tool in order to direct research and innovation efforts in specific important challenges, but also linking these efforts to the actual needs of the society and of the users themselves. In other words, we look from the beginning for end-to-end solutions and synergies between different programs directly, instead of just addressing aspects at the level of research. The missions that have been proposed for the moment to begin this approach are 5. The first one is about the adaptation to climate change, where there is the mission is actually to support at least 150 European regions and communities to become climate resilient by 2030. The second mission, which is of course very relevant to this constituency, is the mission on cancer, working with Europe's Beating Cancer plan to improve the lives of more than 3 million people by 2030 through prevention, cure, and solutions to live longer and better. The third mission is about ocean and waters. The fourth is about cities, aiming at having at least 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030. And the last mission is about improving soil through the launch of living labs to lead the transition towards healthy soils by 2030. So these are broad areas of strong directionality from the European level, where we expect to have a very strong engagement, not only of research innovation actors, but of the broader constituency. And of course, we expect that European universities will be very active players there as well in order to bring the solutions that our society needs. Last point on my side about the European research area. So the European research area is about joining efforts between the European and national level, and also involving stakeholders such as universities. So there is a very strong ongoing discussions on how the governance of this can be improved and strengthened, as well as designing a very concrete action plan. We expect that this will be finalized by November and will be decided by ministers at the Council in November, so that we can start work for the coming 2 to 3 years in a number of distinct areas, which we call ERA policy agenda. And there we again expect, first of all, to engage with universities more broadly as actors of the research innovation system, but also to pursue actions to actually support universities, such as in the greening of universities, the digital transformation, the international dimension, be that for offensive or defensive interests, to strengthen the investment, working hand in hand with member states. Here we look at specific investment targets for research and innovation, but also tools such as joint programming. Another important area will be linked to careers, and this will address, of course, researchers and academics alike, including important elements such as career diversification, research assessment, clarity on employment and working conditions of researchers. And finally, the further strengthening of research performing organizations, including universities, through a strategic European excellence initiative facilitated by the program, but also developed on the basis of action plans, as we do today at national level. So these are a few thoughts I wanted to share with you. I'm very, again, honored to be here with you today, and I look indeed forward to strengthening cooperation in the future. And of course, we are very open to provide any clarifications that may be needed in the future. Thank you very much.
Now, Professor António de Sousa Pereira, Rector of the University of Porto, will deliver his welcoming speech of this first EUGLOH Annual Summit.
Head of the unit at the European Commission Directorate for Education, dear Mrs. Apostolia Karamalli, Head of the unit of the European Commission's Directorate for Research and Innovation, dear President of the University of Paris-Saclay, Sylvie Retailleau, Rector of the University of Szeged, Laszlo Robo, that's it. Dear Vice President at Ludwig Maximilians University, Francesca Biagini, Vice Rector of the University of Szeged, Marta Sell, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Lund University, Lena Eskilsson, members of the governing bodies of the University of Porto, esteemed speakers of this summit, all participants, dear members of the EUGLOH teams, academics and researchers, dear students, distinguished guests of this ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my greetings to everyone and a warm welcome in particular to distinguished members at this table. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that the University of Porto hosts the first annual summit of the European University Alliance for Global Health. We are delighted to receive the distinguished representatives of the EUGLOH partner universities, as well as associated entities and local partners for whose support and collaboration we are very grateful. I would also like to acknowledge the speakers and participants of this summit, whom we thank for their interest and participation. A very warm welcome to the University of Porto to all of you. We are honored to have you here, and we hope to live up to the traditions and hospitality of the city of Porto. As you know, this summit was originally scheduled to take place at the end of March 2020, but was delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. It is therefore an even greater joy to finally receive our EUGLOH partners and to host the first annual summit of this European University Alliance. This is without a doubt a historic event for EUGLOH, not only as its first annual summit, but most of all due to the challenges that now confront not only this alliance, but even the future of the European project. The University of Porto is strongly committed to EUGLOH objectives and values, a consortium that we consider highly relevant to building the European educational and research area. We are confident that this summit will allow decisive steps to be taken towards enhancing levels of integration, mobility, and cooperation between the EUGLOH partner institutions. We hope that this summit will be lively, proactive, and productive in search for solutions that allow not only the recovery from inevitable delays caused by the health crisis, but also progress in the development of the EUGLOH's institutional architecture. This summit is indeed an excellent opportunity to open up EUGLOH horizons, which could extend the alliance to new partners and areas of intervention. This vast field of global health is vital to the future of our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, for reasons that we are all aware, the pandemic created particular challenges for cooperation between European universities, notably with regards to academic mobility. Over the last year and a half, European higher education has suffered from severe restrictions to its activities, in many instances confining its spheres of action to national territories. In spite of this, EUGLOH has steadily evolved in the last year and a half, meeting many of its initial targets regarding education and training activities, new in-person and virtual mobility models, implementing multidisciplinary and pedagogically innovative learning and teaching projects, and joint project applications for funding. Furthermore, the Alliance for Global Health has succeeded in broadening its area of intervention to the domains of research and innovation with the EUGLORIA project, approved by the European Commission with a budget of 2 million euros. EUGLOH potential for transformation was thus strengthened, not only in education and training, but also in research, innovation, and service to society. Overall, we can assert that EUGLOH strengthened the commitment of its partner universities with the European values of cooperation, inclusion, tolerance, solidarity, multilingualism, and cultural diversity. Goals have been achieved relating to openness to the exterior, academic integration, pedagogical innovation, training and scientific cooperation, exchange of talent and sharing resources and knowledge interfaces that have been present since EUGLOH's creation. All of this had led to EUGLOH effectively representing an academic community of more than 200,000 students, pooling high-quality resources and infrastructures in Europe and bringing together a critical mass of excellence in the dimensions of education, research, innovation, and culture. It is crucial that we continue expanding relations between each of the actors in this dynamic and powerful ecosystem, so that we may build a robust alliance that stands the test of time. In the University of Porto case, we are overcoming challenge and convergence with the pedagogical, scientific, and innovation standards of the institutions that form part of the EUGLOH. Incidentally, our partners have recognized the University of Porto excellence in diverse fields of teaching and research. Ladies and gentlemen, EUGLOH confirms the potential for transformation of the European university alliances. Its contribution to building the European education area is recognized, along with all that this represents concerning the mobility of students, academics, and researchers. The European education area is an ambitious project that is crucial both for Europe's competitiveness in highly specialized sectors, as well as to contribute to further the European integration process founded on the freedom of movement and the deepening of the sense of European citizenship. The establishment of the European education area will produce impact not only on European scientific and technological development, but also on the solidarity and cohesion necessary for the European Union to remain a community with a shared destiny and a global reach. The European university alliances are fundamental for the consolidation of the European education area, based as they are on an advanced model of academic cooperation that could lead to the issuing of joint diplomas. To a large extent, Europe's adoption of a more intelligent, innovative, sustainable, and inclusive model of development will depend on the cooperation between European higher education institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, EUGLOH has the resources and critical mass to broaden scientific knowledge, promote human development, and boost innovation in the interdisciplinary fields of global health. Even before the outbreak of the pandemic, health was already considered a strategic sector for the Europe future. Naturally, the health crisis has intensified and diversified the attention directed by the 27 member states to health matters. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of a global and multidisciplinary approach to health, bearing in mind not only health safety in the Union, but also Europe's human development, social cohesion, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. The future of the European Community project involves Europe's capacity to increase citizens' access to healthcare, improve health safety, promote active and healthy aging, as well as a healthier and more sustainable environment, and stimulate research, development, and innovation in the field of health. Towards the end of 2020, the European Commission took the first steps toward building a European Health Union, presenting the main elements of the future European Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority. This means that Europe will indeed strengthen its means to prevent and respond to health threats and increase its capacity for the research, development, and production of vaccines and medication. Additionally, a new generation of European funding is prepared to leverage multiple research and development projects from the 27 member states, notably in the field of life and health science. The EU for Health program was reinforced substantially and health is one of the Horizon Europe 5 priority intervention areas. All of this to say that there will definitely be a greater willingness to invest in health in Europe, following an integrated, multidisciplinary and synergistic approach. In other words, this attention to matters of health will not only drive development in health sciences, but also advance many other related fields with similar scientific potential. EUGLOH must now draw the necessary conclusions from this extraordinary allocation of European fundings in health. We must mobilize the talent, resources, and infrastructures of our institutions in order to strengthen EUGLOH's position within the European science and innovation system. It is essential that we coordinate efforts among our academic communities under a common strategy to produce knowledge in the field of global health and promote its transfer to Europe's social and economic fabric. The reinforcement of the European strategy for the promotion of health and health safety offers EUGLOH institutions an excellent opportunity to establish knowledge networks, develop research projects, participate in clinical and prevention trials, share research and development equipment and infrastructures, attract international funding, and develop creative collaboration practice with the external stakeholders, including business, public institutions, and diverse civil society entities, among others. We should therefore take advantage of the creation of the European Health Union to consolidate the role of the powerful EUGLOH ecosystem as a consortium geared not only towards academic cooperation, but also towards scientific cooperation. Thank you very much, and good work in this meeting of the EUGLOH network.
Now, Professor Lena Eskilsson, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Lund University, will share her opening remarks.
So I will make this very short. Dear everyone present and everyone online, and a special greeting to the University of Porto for hosting us at this annual summit meeting. I, of course, agree to everything that has been said. It has been a very, and it still is, a very rewarding cooperation, but challenging. We had just started to build alliance and to work together when the pandemic hit us. And all the work with education development and capacity building, etc., it turned out to be slightly different than we actually thought when we started the cooperation. Much of the work has been about developing virtual mobility and online courses and activities. And we have achieved a lot, and we have learned a lot when it comes to the digital transformation and the digital development. And I think we will, of course, build on all these experiences when we continue our joint journey together within the Alliance. Thank you.
Now, Professor Francesca Biagini, Vice President of the Ludwig Maximilians Universität München, will address the audience.
Thank you very much. As an Italian, I need to spend some words more than Lena. So, dear Vanessa de Bias-Anton, dear Professor Caramali, dear Antonio de Souza Pereira, Rector of the University of Porto, ladies and gentlemen, dear all, to you and to all participants in this summit, I'm happy to present the regards of our President Bernd Huber of LMU. I'm very proud that the pandemic has not torn us apart, and that our alliance was able to react so quickly, practically overnight, and to revert all our activities online. In spite of all the difficulties, we emerged from the crisis stronger than ever. The pandemic has also made the central subject of our alliance, global health, even more eminent for the future of our society. And this calls even for a stronger commitment from our part to advance the mission of our alliance. But the role of EUGLOH and also of all European alliances is not only confined to its scientific relevance, but it has played a fundamental role in keeping together European universities through the crisis. Where many institutions abroad have discontinued their exchange programs or international activities, we have given it all to achieve our milestones, and we even manage it. LMU, the University of Munich, is fully committed to further promote this truly European project, and together with it, the European idea. Our achievements so far motivate us to keep on working for the further development of EUGLOH. I would like just to quickly mention the contribution of LMU to this summit, in order also to thank the people of LMU who has joined us. Raul Acosta, Stefan Flaun, Professor Maximilian Reiser, and let me thank my fantastic administrative of EUGLOH at LMU. But also, of course, Antonio de Sousa Pereira, Rector of the University of Porto. Many thanks for receiving us here and for letting us be here in presence and to get to know your fantastic university and this wonderful city, not to mention the weather. A special thank goes, of course, to the team of the University of Porto, around Lisa Dechen and Johanna Resende for their wonderful work and for putting so much effort in this organization. Mucho obrigada pela ótima organização. É gran prazer poder estar aqui. Or in the language I'm most confident in, grazie. So, but to conclude, I would like to give my respect, also in the name of President Huber, to Rector Rovo of the University of Szeged, to the Chancellor of the University of Szeged, Judy Fendler, and to my colleague vice presidents. We are all in this great adventure. Dear Marta, dear Lena, dear Joanna, and of course, dearest Sandrine, I don't see you. And last but not least, many thanks and greetings to Madame le Présidente Sylvie Retailleau. So I thank you very much for your attention. Let's make EUGLOH greater. Thank you.
Now, Professor Laszlo Rovo, Rector of the University of Szeged, will greet the annual summit participants.
Ladies and gentlemen, highly estimated presidents, rectors, vice rectors, and everyone in this room. I'm very thankful to be here on this special occasion, this annual summit of the EUGLOH project. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the University of Porto and its colleagues for their absolute commitment to the project, organizing this prestigious event. We are also happy and grateful to all the members of our alliance for the opportunity to collaborate on this project. I am fully convinced that it will have a significant influence on the future of our university and our European region in the longer term as well. The recent period was hard for all of us, with such a huge global pandemic, which deeply affected the implementation of the EUGLOH project. We are not able to have physical mobilities in the planned extent. However, tough times induce new answers. And I think we did a great job reacting to the situation by developing and applying solutions like virtual mobilities, online courses, and distance learning. Looking for the answers together for the challenges of global health in all segments and the healthcare value chain would facilitate the creation of joint health projects with strong European benefits. New students, teachers, and Research platforms could emerge in European context where all participants offer their most precious values to expertise for the Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special year for our university. Our university celebrates the 414th anniversary of its foundation and the centenarium, its translocation to Szeged. During the centuries, we had faced many challenges, and good ones and bad ones as well. I do believe that this alliance is one of the best ones. We are very happy to be the member of the EUGLOH Alliance, and I hope to maintain this cooperation and improve as long as possible. Thank you very much for your listening.
Finally, Professor Sylvie Rotaillot, Rector of the University of Paris-Saclay, will share her opening remarks.
So, dear representatives of the European Commission, dear Vanessa Debier and dear Apollostolia Karamali, dear rectors of the European University Alliance EUGLOH, and dear members of the advisory committee, dear vice rectors, dear deans, and mostly dear colleagues, dear students, and ladies and gentlemen, honored guests. So first, I would like to thank Professor Sousa Pereira for hosting the first annual summit of the EUGLOH European University Alliance, and special thanks to the Deputy Vice Rector, Professor Johanna Rezende, and to the local team for the organization of this event. And as said Francesca, maybe special thanks for the sun and the wonderful weather, because it's very important for us. And thank you for your warm welcome. I also want to deeply thank all the team who have worked on the implementation of this university, this Alliance EUGLOH. And especially, I want to thank Sandrine Lacombe, who is in charge at Saclay of the coordination of this alliance. And it's a very difficult work. So thank you, Sandrine. I'm very happy to be here with you today to open this first Alliance Summit, and especially after the difficult period of these last 18 months. So I'm so proud that despite the pandemic, we nonetheless managed and succeeded in implementing the Alliance as shown by first results. Thanks to the strong collective efforts to the staff, distant learning has been put in place in these 5 institutions, and more than 90 actions have been developed of a total of 4,000 students participating has been reached in 14 months. Clearly, this European University Alliance has been essential in strengthening academic cooperation and student mobility, shaping an exceptional framework for a cooperative and creative Europe. EUGLOH defends shared values focused on the challenges of global health. More than ever, our alliance is a key instrument for boost European higher education, but also research and innovation. And for example, 3 points, and I focus in 3 points. Together, we can aim at training future generations of Huron experts and leaders ready to serve all sectors of society and tackle the interdisciplinary challenges of global health. Second, together also, we can promote European values such as solidarity, equal opportunities, inclusion, human rights, and full access of well-being and health care. Third, together, we can consolidate the foundations of a shared European health area with a joint agile approach. When we first imagined this alliance, we promoted a common vision, sharing the very best of our practices to put students at the heart of our institutions and exchanges to ease their access to European experience. This common vision remains unchanged, Today, despite the situation and the strong breakdown of international mobility, we must continue to develop secure practices to reinforce the development of the European experience, be it physical or virtual. We have essential assets to maintain and intensify high levels of cooperation, geographical proximity, shared values, and homogeneity of higher education structuration, even if we have to enlarge this. This first period has demonstrated our capacity to share practices and develop innovative actions. It now knows that it has cost a lot of efforts and passions, but the results demonstrate strong progress, and despite all the difficulties, the program's success. In the next step, we will have to go further and commit ourselves to continue transforming our institutions and implementing Europe practices. We are at a time where the European Union seeks to reassert itself on the world stage for global influence. Developing our EUGLOH Alliance for Global Health and facilitating student mobility both help to strengthen solidarity between member states and therefore the political aspect of our action. We all develop initiatives, innovations, and considerable energy to ensure that they will enter the job market with high technical skills. But it is only together that we can ensure that we train the next generation of European citizens and experts who are ready to face societal challenges on a scale broader than national ones. So, together, we are much stronger and even more relevant to contribute to the shaping of our Europe. This year is an opportunity for me to thank the Commission's representatives for developing and monitoring this crucial program. I am convinced that students will appreciate the benefits of this significant project, which will transform the European landscape, making it more appealing and visible. Finally, the highly inclusive themes of global health, which brought us together in 2018, certainly echoes the growing awareness of people around the world about societal challenges outlined as priorities: health, climate, energy, biodiversity, and sustainable development. This unique position gives us visibility and, above all, great responsibility for all our audiences and stakeholders, students, academics, public authorities, and also companies. In 2020, we launched the EUGLOH project in line with this approach, which deals with research and innovation in a transformational way. By deploying a research component, we strive for a stronger European university that is more influential on the global stage and still committed to a vision of science, but also with the society. Having a vision of our university ecosystems at a European level on the three research, educational, and innovation strands is probably the direction we should take, sharing and promoting our best practices on relations with the socio-economic world and also with the civil society on issues such as sustainable development and health is essential in a changing world and to act on a pertinent scale. The energy of European universities seems so promising that, as proposed by the European Commission, the 5 of us have decided to expand our alliance to 9 universities for the next edition. So this is an opportunity for me to welcome the universities of Tromsø in Norway, of Novi Sad in Serbia, and also Alcalá in Spain and Hamburg in Germany. And so welcome to the rectors and to all those who are with us online today. And thank you very much. So now let us focus on our 2 days of team building, discussions, and sharing new ideas. During these 2 days, let us give ourselves the time, very precious the time, and space to build the European University for tomorrow. And so enjoy these 2 days, and thank you very much for your warm welcome in Porto. Thank you very much.
The opening session of the Annual Summit 2021 is concluded. Thank you to all participants. The first plenary session will begin immediately.
Pass the slides. What do we do?
We put the slides.
Okay. But it's more convenient to pass the slides ourselves. Okay. Yeah. And do you have a laser pointer or not?
Yes.
Okay, parfait. Il y a tout.
Again, laser
Pointer
points.
laser.
And here you put the front and back.
Good morning, everyone. Please return to your seats so we can start the first plenary session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will now begin. Please take your seats.
Shall we start? So if everybody is back, maybe we can start. May I have the presentation, please?
Welcome to the first plenary session of the Annual Summit 2021. This is a session dedicated to the state of play of several funded projects jointly developed or under development by the EUGLOH partner universities. Professor Sandrine Lacombe, Vice President of the University of Paris-Saclay and EUGLOH Coordinator, will provide a general outlook on ongoing and future funded projects, highlighting their importance for EUGLOH's sustainability strategy.
So good morning, everyone. Dear rectors of the 5 universities, dear colleagues and friends, vice rectors, dear students, our friends also coming in this annual summit. Thank you for the organization and thank you for being here and to follow the development of the EUGLOH University. So here my role is to show you where we are, where we would like to go for the next edition. So as you all know, and as was reminded actually by our representative at in Brussels, Vanessa de Biacenton, the objective of this European University was from the very beginning to unite the countries around higher education and research. And this is what we do daily. We want a more united and stronger Europe. And as Sylvie Rotaillot was saying, of course, this is also a political action. We want also, of course, to strongly reinforce quality, performance, competitiveness of the higher education institutions and altogether of Europe once again. So our objective is to build new European curriculum, but also to make stronger innovation and to enhance all practices in each institution. Finally, we want to build a super inter-European campus, and this is what we try to do with all the partners. So to answer the vision that has been proposed by the European Commission, we decided to merge together 5 universities, as you know, Sweden, Germany, Hungary, and Portugal, and very soon we intend to also enlarge this alliance and with other countries. What's the characteristic of this alliance? From the beginning, we choose some criteria. Of course, there are universities that have long-lasting collaborations, that have also extensive in fields related to global health. But, and in particular, specifically, this is also an alliance which has a specificity to host large-scale infrastructures, large-scale facilities. And finally, each of these institutions is also in a territory that hosts strong economical ecosystem. Then we decided to go for thematic. This is about global health. Of course, this is a cohesive and topic embracing many fields, including interdisciplinarity at the border of the different disciplines. Of course, it's about health, but it's also about climate, sustainable development, including then data science, management, and humanities. Of course, large-scale instrument, as I said, engineering, pharmacy, biology, natural sciences in global, and sports sciences, food, nutrition, and so on. So as I mentioned here, this is very broad. This is what all our universities are doing. So it's not only about health or disciplines related to health and medicine. Definitely, this has to be global. And this is a challenge, actually, for the third year of the Alliance. So the goal, just to remind what the goal is, what the objectives are. This is to be a pilot European university. So it is a responsibility. And this was all new. We started definitely with a blank sheet, but we strongly progressed. And I think we have been succeeding. The idea was, and is, as Sylvia Otayo said, to propose, to offer, and to train our students having a European experience, mobility, to at minimum 50% of the students that get diploma in our universities. What if we do not target 50% of this young generation to be trained, to know each other, to know what is happening in the countries, other countries of Europe, from the West, East, North, and South? It is the challenge of this alliance. So it includes to build a European campus with many actions. It was to improve the competencies and European practices in teaching, but also in the administrative practices, which is not an easy task, as all the colleagues they know. An ambition would be certainly to be a pilot and finally a model. Why not to build an observatory of practices in education, research, innovation, all dedicated to global health. And this is what we will try to tend to. And finally, of course, that doing all together, this is definitely to boost attractiveness, competitiveness also of European higher education, and to make the higher education, research, innovation, universities, of course, a very important determination for the future geopolitical decisions. Soft power, so we call it. So some examples, some pictures, but I could have shown many. I could have shown 100 of it, because many people, many academics, many colleagues, and some students in this room experience already this alliance. And this has been by developing activities, actions, trainings, but not only, social activities. This is close to 95 activities. In fact, a bit more than we heard. Joint thematic schools, language, culture courses in all the different languages. It's amazing to see how, in fact, the young generation is able to speak different languages. Maybe a little bit less in France, I must say. But we learn. Joint multiple degree master. And it's fantastic to say that one of these master Erasmus Mundus started this year with 20 students from all over the world that come to attend this master, dedicated to large-scale facilities for global health. And there is no one that can develop such a top-level master with these high top-level instruments. We have been developing also inter-campuses social activities, Alliance Day, but not only. There are many different courses, webinars that have been dedicated to different aspects, like handicap, gender balance, interculturality, and so on. And I want to thank all the people who've been working in that direction in the Work Package 5 in particular. Then we started to expand the lectures at all levels. And we started to develop also a handbook of courses thanks to the effort of Work Package 2. And as you can see an example, and actually my colleague is here today, this has been the challenge, thank you Hervé, to have a colleague from here, Porto, to give a speech to 150 students all in the same room from bachelor level. First year, I think to remember. And the funny thing, it was not medicine in that case. Maybe we can speak about global health for astrophysicists. That was the viewpoint. And it has been a great success. Students really enjoyed. And so we take example on this action also to really spread. 40 minutes, 150 students, that correspond to one action, one experience to see another European. So not everything is very complicated. And when I told to my colleagues, oh, but it's easy, I do that every day. Just do it. And we did. Okay, so then we shared already practices, because of course, if we develop this action, this is also about sharing the student recognition, certification, ECTS. And thanks to the people of the administrative staff of the different partners, this is what we try to develop. That's not an easy task, but we try really to see obstacles and to solve them. This is also about the development, and we saw yesterday the presentation of the first shared internship platform. So for the rectors in charge of research and vice rectors, this is here an announcement. We are going to settle a platform to share the internship. That means students from other universities who will be able to move in the different universities and labs to have access to other type of facilities, expertise, and so on. Student ambassadorship, we learn a lot. And I think they also learn a lot. I could almost tell them to express themselves. I think they enjoyed. Do you enjoy to be the ambassador of the students? Right, that's good, it starts. We would ask that 2 years ago. It was like nobody answering. So we are so happy to be here with you, and don't hesitate, of course, to tackle all what we can propose to you. So this is the International Student Board. Here are some numbers, because we are scientists, we like numbers, right? We like graph, and we like derivatives. Simple derivative. The double derivative is more complicated. No, Sylvia, I'm not going to make a lecture in physics, but still, the blue curve, it was our expectation. If we follow the blue curve, we reach the 50% of students having the European experience. What do we do today? This is the red curve. In fact, by doing all the virtual mobilities strongly developed by all the partners, we reach today objectives which are even higher than our expectation. Now the challenge, of course, this is to continue this progress with virtual mobility, but also including now, starting from now, the physical mobility. It's all in your hands. We have been also test bed for innovative training activities, digital learning. I talk about it. New mobility modes, virtual, hybrid. This is what we do now. This is comodal. And of course, to improve interculturality, because we don't know how a lecture on entrepreneurship is in Szeged, in Porto, in Lund, in Munich, or at Paris-Saclay. Do we see the thing the same way? Not sure. So this is a lot about interculturality. And development of credit transfer system, micro-credential will be the next step. I hope there are no vice rectors in charge of education, because micro-credential is something that is difficult and will be difficult for the year 3. So I don't hear any complaint. So we can do it, Lena. I see that there is no opposition. Let's do it. So, and then of course, supports for transformation, internalization of our 5 higher education institutions, and now soon will be for the 9, which is of course a higher challenge. What are the challenges for year 3? And we discussed about that yesterday. This is commitments of the 5 universities, strengthen the participation of industrial in all actions, not all, in most or as many as possible actions. But we need to have to involve more companies because they are the future employers and because they are the society and the territories. So then this is increased physical mobilities. I said it already. We enjoy so much to be here today together. We continue virtual, we learn a lot, but we start also physical. And hence more students' participation in the life of the Alliance. I am sure that there are plenty of academics and professors here today. It's very easy. Each of you managed to have one student going to the board and be ready to interfere with the student board. 1 per each academic, you count the number of people, we would have 50 students ready to go and share with these students, because I think they enjoy, because I have plenty of super ideas and propositions, but they need to have more contact with more students. Am I right? It was a good message. Super. And finally, this is of course to increase visibility, participation for each institution. So this is really about spreading, promoting the Alliance, because we have too many colleagues and students who even do not know about the Alliance within our own people, our own institution. So some efforts. What is about the future? Training, meetings with companies, but also, and this is going to be a really big challenge, we've been working 5 universities together, 210,000 students. Our rectors, they decided on several criteria, we're not going to discuss here, to go for extension. This has been a collective work, collective decision, and this is what we do. And Sylvie Rotaillot already announced 4 more universities. I hope they are at the right place on the map, but already we don't see the one at the top of Norway, which is the Tromsø University. It starts well. This is about communication. So we are going to have the University of Novi Sad in Serbia. Yeah, Tromsø is over there. No, it's really over there. No, it's on it. It's on it. Yeah, you see? Tromsø, Novi Sad. So you can imagine the number of flight hours. Alcalá, Spain, and Hamburg, the second one in Germany, who will join us. And they're all strongly motivated. I hope they are online. I hope they hear us. And if it's the case, I really welcome them. I think they know what will be in terms of commitments, work, energy, but I'm sure we'll do really super great job all together. So I thank you. Don't forget to connect as much as you can. Follow us. There are 3 newsletters already published. They give an overview much more than what I was showing here. You can follow us on the website. You find the newsletters on the website. You can subscribe on the website. And of course, there is Twitter, Facebook, and so on. So thank you very much, and really be prepared for year 3 and for the extension.
Now,
Good morning,
Professor
everyone.
Eric Cassin, Deputy Vice President of the University of Paris-Saclay and EUGLOH Coordinator, will offer a brief overview of the EUGLOH project, its progress so far, and its next steps.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. May I have the slides, please? So indeed, I'm gonna introduce EUGLOH, the ASH 2020 side of the EUGLOH Alliance. So 2 projects for a single alliance is the first message. So, so indeed, this introduction will be pretty brief. So in brief, let's say that EUGLOH is indeed a chance for our EUGLOH Alliance to put a bridge between research, education, innovation, and so on. So we know that we all work and we try to work for the so-called square, merging education, research, innovation, and links to the society, to the territories, the private stakeholders, and so on. And this is indeed what we try to do. And we have had this chance that the European Commission has indeed funded most of the alliances, including ours, so with the EUGLOH H2020 project. So indeed, the vision is to work towards 2030. And this project, I can first state that it is pretty recent. It has begun at the early of this year, January 2021. And it comes that it has already mobilized and engaged most of our teams within our universities. I would like to warmly thank the work package leaders, the project managers, and so on. But it's very important to state that without your work, your daily work, the project would be nothing. So, what are the objectives of this project? Vanessa de Bier-Sainton and to the European commissioners, the representatives of the European Commission have already described more or less what we work for. It's obvious that we have general goals, but it's not enough to have general goals. We need also to work towards concrete objectives. And the European Commission itself has defined 7 or 8 transformation modules for which we work. And the Alliance, our European Alliance, EUGLOH, has decided to work for 3 main targets. So the first one is obviously to work to solve together. And the together is, the first one is especially important. We work together, this is the collective effort of what we do, which is important. We work together towards solving global health crisis. So this project is a transformation project oriented towards the practices of research in order to learn, to work together on research and innovation to solve together several challenges. And the 3 ones are the one that I'm going to describe. The first one being to solve and to work together to solve global health crisis. So it means that we do not work only for medicine, for pharmacy, and so on. The global health crisis may be understood in a very broad meaning, including other possible issues like the climate challenges and so on and so forth. The second point, which was already mentioned by Sandrine, is the fact that within our alliance, and especially with the new partners, I think that this dimension will be further reinforced. We have very strong research platforms. And this is one of the key points of our alliance. If you have a look to the different alliances throughout Europe, they have all specificities, of course, but one of ours is the fact that we can rely on very strong research platforms. And this is something that we tried to capitalize, and we work on that. We can rely on that strength, both to draw research projects, but also to draw some links between research, education, and so on, because our students obviously can visit the platforms and so on and so forth. And the third dimension is also to work and to rely on our economic ecosystems, not only economic ecosystem, it's a matter of innovation ecosystems. So in the definition of this innovation ecosystem notion is much broader than the economic ecosystems. It is that in fact, we can include in that ecosystem, in the innovation ecosystem, the universities, private stakeholders, the territories, and so on. Okay, and we have different ecosystems at our university sites, Saclay, Porto, Szeged, Lund, Munich, and we work in this project to draw links between our ecosystems. So I know that my time is pretty limited, so I cannot enter into the details, but I will try to give a quick overview of what we do with the help, again, of all our teams, okay, who are package leaders, the professors, the academic members, and the project managers. So you see that regarding the global health crisis topic that we address, which is Work Package 2 in the project, but never mind for that detail, We have begun to work on the COVID-19 pandemics. Why have you put a focus on that crisis? This is obvious because we were deeply engaged, unfortunately, in the COVID-19 crisis, and this is still not completely finished, obviously, but we can hope that we're on the good slope. So we have, through that crisis, global crisis, we have, and this is obviously a global crisis, we work on establishing a global methodology that could help us to work on other global crises. This is the reason why we have worked on that. We have begun to work deeply on that crisis. And you see what we work on from that crisis. We have made an inventory of the research projects in our universities. It turns that we have, in fact, developed a lot of projects in all our 5 universities on COVID-19. And from that, you shift from the blue to the purple color. This is from the blue what we have done to the purple color what we still have to do. We have even not ended the first year of the project. So the next steps will be to define jointly action plans, to work on research projects helped by the, for example, the internship platform that I was already mentioned, to develop scientific collaborations among the partners, with a seed funding mechanism which is internal to the project. I cannot develop, but you see it. And at the end of the project, to develop recommendations. So to briefly give you a key outcome of the project, otherwise I'm just afraid that what I'm explaining here and describing would be too imprecise, too vague. We work on the COVID-19 following this methodology, which is the one of this web package. We have defined 4 categories related to COVID-19. Understand, detect, act, and the consequences of the COVID-19 virus. And we have, so in brief, I cannot detail, but to tell you the main message, we have been able to define a common methodology and to draw an overview of the research, a deep overview of the research activity that is carried out within our universities. And this is the first bridge to build a research community between engaging all the partners with cross-links. Regarding the platforms, we have made a similar extraordinary work with a big inventory, which was made us able to write a white book of more than 750 pages with the research platforms. And we work, the next points will be to develop operational rules, how to visit the platform, at which condition and so on, and to work together on a handbook of these rules, and to define to implement concrete actions to make it possible for researchers of one university to visit other and use the instruments of the equipments of the other universities. Regarding these platforms, we have made through this inventory a very detailed, we have collected a very detailed overview of the different platforms that we have at the different universities. And we have identified not only common areas, but also complementarities. And these complementarities will be the seed for new collaborations. And this is very important for the future. So regarding the last objective, the third objective related to the innovation ecosystems, we have made a similar work, but you see it obviously, our ecosystems are already complex objects. So linking the different ecosystems is a complex task. We have begun this work very thoroughly within our different meetings, and we are at we are very near to be able to identify innovation hurdles, barriers, common barriers, and so on, and to continue to work on that topics also. The main aim will be to progress together towards a global Earth observatory that was already mentioned previously. So to sum up, we work around 3 main objectives, but obviously they are not disconnected. With the research platforms, we can fit perhaps the relationship within the innovation ecosystems. Also, it can serve the research projects and so on and so forth. So there are different links. And all of this is supported by the communication policy, which is made within the project and which aims also to target different stakeholders. This project, granted by the European Commission, is a so-called SWAF project, Science with and for Society. So we are also supposed to deliver messages and to engage the society, to engage the NGOs, to engage private companies, and so on. Thank you very much.
The session is thus concluded. The next one will begin, a roundtable about multidisciplinary global health challenges. We kindly ask the speakers of the roundtable to take their places.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure and honor to be here today for this roundtable discussion on global health challenges. My name is Fernando Porto. I am a professor and researcher. Sorry. Is that okay now? Yeah. I'm a professor and a researcher in bioengineering at the University of Porto. And I will just address a few words before I will present the roundtable speakers and we'll start the discussion. Well, in today's era, global health is a subject of major concern, and it touches many areas of public health and environmental protection, food security, healthy lifestyles. And as you know, knowledge itself is not enough to tackle all the changes that we are facing. Namely, climate change, access to clean energy, water, sanitation, health and welfare, human rights and migration, demographic aging, and controlled urbanization and social inequalities. So there are so many aspects to deal with that our alliance, EUGLOH, has to have a particular view on how to face these challenges and how to propose measures, namely to tackle the questions of training of professionals, of innovators, and experts for tomorrow, and being able to serve all sectors of society and establish a dialogue between education, research, innovation, civil society about this problem of global health. So our partners will propose multidisciplinary approaches to these questions of global health and well-being, and they will be based for sure in some European values which are very particular to us, very special to us, namely solidarity, equality of opportunities, inclusiveness, and respect for human rights, which are all at the center of the philosophy behind our alliance. In this session, we have a group of selected speakers with very different approaches in their lives to several issues concerning these central aspects of global health. And what we'll do, we'll ask each one of them to make a short presentation with some questions behind it so that we might start this discussion. And then we will all of us have comments perhaps on the issues that are raised. And finally, we'll pass the discussion to questions and answers from the audience. So I will start now by presenting our speakers. The first one is Professor Marta Zell from the University of Zagreb in Hungary. She's Vice Rector of the University of Zagreb and Head of Department of Medical Genetics at the Faculty of Medicine. And she's responsible for the rare disease-related activities at the clinical center of this university, coordinating also the biobank activities at the clinical center. Her research is focused on molecular immunopathogenesis of psoriasis and the identification of functional characterization of novel genetic variants in genodermatosis and in neurodegenerative diseases. And she's presently the president of the Hungarian Society for Immunology and the president of the European Society for Dermatological Research. So to start with, I would like Professor Zell to start her presentation, but I have two basic issues that I would like you to comment upon, which are new trends of precision medicine and its role in an holistic approach to medical care and on training of future generations, physicians and paramedics. And how can this global interdisciplinary vision strengthen our competitiveness, the European competitiveness with respect to United States, China, and so on, so that we become leaders in this area. So if you will, Professor Zell, I will please ask you to go to the area where you can do your presentation. And I would like to have Professor Zell's slides, please.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts and my questions with you, actually, on this very interesting and challenging topic about the relationship between a recently emerging scenario of medicine, the so-called precision medicine, with the global ethos of our alliance, the global health. So as you could hear, my narrower research and healthcare profession is linked to genetics. So please forgive me for giving this statement at the beginning of my lecture, that actually the rise of genomics laid the basics of personalized, or the so-called precision medicine. And the definition for precision medicine, I think, is the most relevant precision was given by the precision medicine of the NIH, the National Institute of Health in the United States. The definition is the following: is an emerging approach for disease treatment and prevention. And here I would like to emphasize the fact that it is also about prevention, not only about treatment, that is based on our knowledge on individual variability of our genes, but also environmental and lifestyle factors are considered when we talk about precision medicine. And coming back to the primary statement that the rise of genomics that started at the end of the 80s with the launch of the so-called Human Genome Project really laid the basics of personalized and precision medicine. The first such genomic programs that followed the so-called Human Genome Project was this international HAPMAC project and the so-called 1000 Genome Project that actually mapped all our varieties within the humans. And then based on this enormous knowledge base, there were two healthcare related extra programs launched, the so-called Online Mendelian Inheritance in Men and the Catalog of Somatic Mutation in Cancer. As the research of these two healthcare-related genomic programs, in which millions of samples were sequenced and the genetic content was determined, we already know very precisely the genetic background of the different types of cancers. And we also know very precisely the genetic background of our inherited diseases, either rare monogenic diseases and also common polygenic or so-called multifactorial diseases. So as a result of this genetic genomic knowledge, nowadays, we already have healthcare tools in our hands with which we are able to cure hopeless genetic diseases. One example for this, the so-called spinal muscular atrophy. That was a deathly disease so far, but right now, thanks to highly developed methodologies, it's already a curable disease. And also thanks to our genetic knowledge on the somatic mutations of different types of cancers, we have so-called mutation-targeted treatment for a lot of cancer diseases, such as metastatic melanoma, which used to be an absolutely hopeless condition, something 6-7 years ago, but now it's actually a curable disease by the mutation-targeted and combined immunotherapies. However, we have to claim that these diseases are the diseases of the developed world, and they all need very high cost diagnostic and therapeutical modalities. And here comes the dilemma: how to interpret precision medicine when we consider the ethos of global health. Actually, the tools of precision medicine, due to their very high cost, are available for approximately 1/4 or the maximum, the 1/3 of the population of our world. Why it is so? Because more than 2/3 of our world are living in such a poverty that prevents them to get such a level health care that provides them the tools of precision medicine. So how to overcome this huge contradiction? And a lot of questions arise on this line. The very first one that comes to our mind is, whether precision medicine with its extremely high cost and global health, are they conflicting approaches? Is it possible that the precision medicine per se detracts our attention from the need to solve and to tackle the social and the environmental determinants of health, which is absolutely different in our developed world when we compare them with the obstacles of the developing world, when poverty, lack of clean water, and devastating infectious diseases such as leishmania and diarrhea that are demonstrated on the slide are much more important determinants of health status than the genetic diversity of the population and the genetic differences between the individuals within one society. The other dilemma that we have to think about as an alliance focusing on global health is that whether the heading of precision medicine in the developed part of the world, whether it would widen the healthcare inequities within the world. And actually, we also have to consider that these healthcare inequities, obviously, it exists. They exist within, among different geographical localization of the world. But we also shouldn't forget about it that within one society, we can also identify huge inequities in healthcare possibilities for the population. So I believe that there are many, many questions to be addressed when we consider the relationship between precision medicine and global health. And I hope that our alliance that is focusing on global health aspects of the societies, not only in Europe, but hopefully worldwide on the long run, we should consider all these questions to be addressed in our future common work. Finally, I would like to finish my presentation with this cartoon, which I borrowed from a Canadian cartoonist. And he was the one who wanted to draw the attention with this cartoon that obviously we face now a global health crisis due to COVID. But according to many analyses, the poverty is a factor that will open up even more serious inequities in our healthcare availability. And my deepest commitment is that the five universities of our alliance that are strong research universities, we have to stay on the track being involved in very high-level biomedical research toward precision medicine. But at the same time, we should also consider how to implement the toolkits of precision medicine for the global health arena, and how to make it possible to narrow healthcare inequities with the toolkits and the use of precision medicine in a global health ethos. So as further reading, I would recommend you to read the 2018 paper of Mentis and colleagues And I like the title of this paper, Precision Medicine and Global Health, the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Martizel. I will not, pardon me. I will now present the next speaker, which is Professor Helena Braga. She's my colleague from the University of Porto. She's a physicist from Physics Engineering Department, the Faculty of Engineering. And she's credited with creating ferromagnetic glass electrolytes and novel energy harvesting and storage devices. So completely different view from the previous one. Actually, Helena Braga was invited by Professor John Goodenough, who was Nobel Prize on Chemistry in 2019. And she was collaborating with him on research on all solid-state batteries based on her glass electrolytes. And so from 2016 to 2019, she was a senior research fellow at the University of Texas at Austin, working with John Goodenough. And she's been awarded a number of awards as well. And I have two questions for you. It's how can European universities and organizations active in education, research, and innovation contribute to ensure an inclusive green transition and generate knowledge that allows environmentally sustainable solutions and consequently healthier societies? And on the other hand, the challenge is to transform this knowledge into innovative solutions at the service of environment, well-being, and quality of life. And what solutions do you foresee to ensure a fair, sustainable, and inclusive transition through green technologies? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure to be here. So I would like to tackle, from my point of view, your questions, and let's see if I can. My heart is beating, obviously, and this is a health question or a health issue, but it's also a physicist problem, because our heart is a self-oscillating system. And so a lot of questions we may put, like when does our heart become beating chaotically? Maybe like now, and what is the entropy that we have to pay to keep it beating? So in regards to this, this issue, these problems is not exactly related to just health, but related to global health and to EUGLOH problems. So what I propose is what is being emphasized as EUGLOH problem, which is an holistic world, looking into the subjects not as closed, but as interfering with each other. So everything is a lot of problems and a lot of areas in knowledge are complex systems. For example, we might talk about the systems we are studying, like nonlinear dynamics, chaos, bifurcations, and attractors. But also we may talk about game theory or networks that are so so fashionable, and also talking about a lot of relations to health. So I think that it is important to understand that many of the systems are complex systems, and they are all together. Actually, historically, these problems were tackled, for example, by Lawrence, that the so famous problem, if a butterfly beats his wings here, if it's going to cause a hurricane on the other side of the world. So these are problems that they were born from climate and trying to understand the weather and the climate consequently, but they are also physics problems, for example. And so everything is together, and understanding, for example, the weather is understanding a lot of, is understanding that we are not sole here, for example, in Portugal, but what we do here in Portugal affects all the world. And this is exactly, I think, the theme, the lemma of EUGLOH. We are together, and we must think that we should have an holistic approach, not only for science, but also for education and for climate and for all the important issues that the world faces. So everything, a lot of subjects are complex systems. For example, even the fact that, for example, a cow has patterns or a zebra, this is a biologic problem, but it's also a physics problem. So, and it was actually firstly proposed by the explanation by Alan Turing in a very, very important paper, so a long time ago. So the approach, what we propose, sorry, it's, oh, I'm not going in the right direction. Gosh. Okay, so this is actually the Nobel Prize of Physics 2021, which is all about complex systems, and it was won by an Italian, Parisi, from Rome, that actually studied the mathematics associated with complex systems, and also having as example, for example, the glasses. But also in conjunction, this Nobel Prize was attributed to some meteorologists. So we see that everything relates, all the subjects can be related, and knowledge can be related, because nature finds similar solutions for comparable problems. So in place of the meteorologists that made a very important work, of course, Heiselman and Manabe, there could be some, the Nobel Prize could be attributed to biologists or to people studying informatics, or because actually this is common to all the areas. You can see there, sorry, you can see the, for example, sorry, you can see how the potential energy for the glasses is so similar as the potential energy for the proteins, and how there are so many possibilities to have a stable or at least a metastable system. So there are many possibilities in these complex systems. So we must be aware of that. So my proposal is studying the basics, correlating phenomena, and have an holistic approach to the world, which is exactly, I come here to say what you all have already figured out, because this is EUGLOH and this is the global health. So, but in regards to what we are doing in the engineering physics department, and also with our colleagues from the mechanical engineering, and now eventually we are going to start working with our colleagues from the electrical engineering department. We are trying to tackle, at least make a very small contribution to the problems of energy in the world. And one of the most important problems is that we need to store energy, and we need to store it safely and efficiently, because during the day, for example, we can use the sun's energy, but at night, for example, we cannot. So we should store energy to use it at night. Also, we need to harvest wasted heat, because global warming is all about these problems, about all the heat that is generated and also chemicals, but also the heat. And if we can at least store or use some of this heat that is generated, that would be very important to global society. So if you 20% of the electrical energy that is used is wasted as heat. So if we can tackle this problem, we will be contributing to the health, to the global health. And finally, we must realize, and sometimes we that are associated with research don't realize that not all the solutions are as important as others, because we cannot make from the solution an additional problem. So we should use environmental friendly and inexpensive and widely available materials to solve the problems, and of course, fair labor. So what we are actually working is in feedback systems with ferroelectric materials. You can see there a graph where we were supposedly discharging a battery, but what happens is that the battery keeps on charging for 8 months already, even when associated with a resistor. So you can see in that graph. And finally, so this is our work. We are with the Engineering Mechanicals department, my colleagues Pedro Camejo and Federico Danzi, we are working on structural batteries. So instead of having the battery in the car occupying a lot of volume and we want to have the batteries in the structure that already exists, like the roof and all the structure in the car that already exists. So this I'm going to show you just to finish a movie, and you will see how we can use heat to generate more energy even when we are lighting, for example, an LED. And I think that you have already started, yes. So we can have all these are structural cells, but here is the important part. You see at room temperature, the LEDs barely light, but with the air blower, with the heat, at from 20 to 98%, the current increases 350 times, even if we are lighting the LEDs. So even if there is energy feeding the LEDs, well, the current increases 350 times. But we can also use our cells at low temperature. And here you can see that we can lit an LED through electrostatic approach. And that when we bend one of our structural cells, we can still light an LED and the cell is not going to be corrupted. So thank you very much.
Our guest today on that next presentation is Professor who's the Vice President for Research and Valorization, and also a Joint Vice President for Life Sciences at Université Paris-Saclay. He's a cardiologist and a researcher, which has published a huge number of scientific documents. He has been president of an INSERM study section, and he's been awarded a vast number of prizes related to cardiology. And for you, Professor Fischmeister, I have two basic questions to which I think you would like to address, which is what strategies can we design and adopt to bring knowledge closer to society? And also, how may strong alliances like ours contribute to strengthen the academia voice and discussion and assessment of the public policy debate? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Montero, for this brief introduction. I'm very pleased to be here with you today. And I would like to share maybe with you some of the reflections that we had at University Paris-Saclay around global health. Obviously, in this EUGLOH, we're trying to build a community around global health at the European level. But as you may know, University Paris-Saclay is a new university, and we are also trying to build a community, a sense of community within the university. And it was at some point important to identify the expertises, scientific expertise around the topic of global health, and also to share a certain definition of global health that we would feel comfortable with, and to which we would be able, at least within University Paris-Saclay, to start first, we would be able to provide interesting input and try to solve a number of issues. So we gathered a working group around global health, which is very interdisciplinary, bringing around the table medical doctors involved in microbiology or in a microbiota study, epidemiologists, engineers, social science, economy and law experts, also data scientists and applied mathematician, and we try to share among us how we see global health aspects and what could be really a certain definition that we would propose for global health. We heard in the two presentations before, I think, very different views on global health, and at some points it might be interesting to have a common definition around that. So I would just give you a few basic principles that we came around the discussion. First of all, living organisms share their environments and are subject to risk and pressures that they face according to their individual and collective capacities to adapt. They evolve in ecosystems whose organization and equilibrium depend on the interactions that exist between them. In other words, a biotic environment, but also with their abiotic environment. It is known, I think, for all of you, that about 60% of known infectious human diseases and more, even 75% of emerging human diseases are of animal origin. And the recent health crisis, of course, the COVID, but before that, the avian influenza in 2003 or the H1N1 influenza in 2009 and other SARS or chikungunya epidemics have illustrated the need for intersectorial coordination to identify means to control and prevention. In addition to that, the effects of pollutants, exposure to pollutants, dietary transition, loss of biodiversity, the emergence of antimicrobial resistance due to antibiotics, but also antiparasitics, phytosanitary products, etc., are all issues that have been brought to the forefront of health problems in a context of climate change, erosion, and biodiversity, and global population growth. So it is therefore clear that the field of global health concern is well beyond the sole field of medicine. And when we try to summarize the expertise around the University Paris-Saclay in this topic, we also consider the word global perhaps a little bit differently from how global is used in the English vocabulary or in the Anglo-Saxon vocabulary. Global in English is not exactly synonymous of global in French. In English, this word is often used to mean worldwide, internationally. In France, global this is not how we use it. So global health, as defined by Anglo-Saxon communities, and particularly Americans, seems to cover the field of medicine and public health, extended to problems shared internationally. Obviously, poor, rich, east, west, young, old people, for example, this is really what global health is often referring to. But this vision of global health appears to us a little bit restrictive, as it does not really seem to take into account the links between animal and ecosystem health. The European League of Research Universities, LIRU, uses the expression health in a global context, which is probably more explicit. LIRU also stresses the need to associate global health issues with those of sustainability because they are interdependent. So for us, global health is rather a public good on a global scale. It integrates human, animal, plant, ecosystem, and biodiversity health, not only in their individual dimensions, but also in their social and political dimensions, approached over time and in their respective transversalities and interdependencies. And UP-Saclay, University Paris-Saclay, brings together competent and complementary scientific communities to create a strong dynamic in this field of research and training. It includes a very rich scientific community, including physicians, agronomists, biologists, ecologists, economists, sociologists, physicists, mathematicians, computer scientists, and epidemiologists. And so it means that we have the means to consider the health of humans and non-humans, both wild and domesticated, in the natural and anthropized ecosystems. And having said this, we wanted to, after the first meetings of this group, we identified 3 issues in which we needed to move forward, and with additional experts in order to progress in the actions that we would be able to develop within global health. And the 3 groups that have been identified is one on social and human sciences, bringing experts around the field of economics, management, marketing, of course, law, and social impact of pandemics, etc., and even at the level of psychosociological problems. Data group, and their data science is very important in developing a strategy in global health, because there is a huge number of data generated at the level of plant, animal, microbiology, and of course epidemiology at the human level. And using data science, databases, applied mathematics, intelligence, artificial intelligence would be very useful to move forward. And the third topic was training. And there in training, we tried to see what is already available in terms of offer of education at the University Paris-Saclay. And I think it would be very useful to share all this with the EUGLOH universities, and to see how in the different master degree or even undergraduate studies, we would be able to spread interdisciplinary knowledge in order for the new generation to be more aware of issues related to environmental, climate, impact on health, for instance, and of course the continuum between plant, animal, and human diseases, and also just to spread a minimum of biological, but also mathematical, I would say, knowledge to people in human and social sciences. For instance, in the pandemics, we realized that the population is very little aware of definitions of what is a virus, for instance, or what is a RNA or a DNA. And even journalists in the media have very little knowledge about these issues. And so we should all be aware that perhaps identifying how we could implement in our program, training program, some definitions, some important definitions, and important basic sciences which would allow the population to be better prepared in case of new pandemics like what we have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have now the participation of another speaker, which Professor Raul Acosta. He's from Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich and is an anthropologist and working in advocacy network. He is a research fellow of the Institute of Social and Cultural Anthropology of München University that I mentioned before. And he got his PhD in Oxford, and then he carried out ethnographic research in Brazilian Amazon, in Spain and Mexico, and he's focusing on networks of transnational advocacy or allegiances between local activists, international NGOs, academics, and other experts with governmental officials and international aid workers. So please, Dr. Acosta, go ahead.
Thank you very much for having me. And I'm very happy about the previous presentations because I think my presentation follows from the questions they have posed. And one of the key questions that I was posed was about how to deal with the wider community, the impact on efforts on global health, on ethnic minorities, refugees, or people who are in underprivileged situations. And I don't want to throw into the mix the need to complexify too much the network, but I do think that there is a need to include other disciplines, to acknowledge the work that is being carried out by other disciplines that actually have a lot to contribute to what this network is already doing. So the work I know best is sociocultural anthropology, that is my field, but I know a lot of colleagues also in cultural geography and in public communications of science. In Munich, the one group has recently won a big grant for the public communication of science, and I think that would be extremely relevant for this network to engage with professionals who dedicate themselves to that. But also, sadly, our colleague from Lund didn't come, but she was going to talk about medical humanities, and I think that's a growing field that is extremely relevant because there's a lot of work on the history of medicine, on different debates and things that are extremely relevant. So basically, I'm going to talk more about my field, the sociocultural anthropology. What we do are in-depth qualitative analysis of social relations. We actually achieve conceptual analysis of customs, practices, and interpretations. And this becomes really relevant nowadays that we see with this pandemic, the contrasting understandings of what health means and how benefits are understood or misunderstood, and how many people are simply refusing something that is proven to be the adequate response, for example. So we also offer insights into what people do as opposed to what they say. That's very different to surveys or other things. So we don't focus on what they say they would want to do, but what they actually do. And I think that is extremely relevant. So, and there are two specialties that are very specifically relevant to this field, these discussions here. One is medical anthropology, and the other one is dedicated to socio-environmental anthropology and geography. So one is precisely studying already the understandings of health and illness, the way that health professionals deal with other cultural responses. There are many studies in the US, for example. Sometimes groups of researchers from different medical faculties go with an anthropologist to study how their programs are received or are looked down upon by certain communities, and that helps them to adjust them. So I think that would be extremely relevant for this network. And also we are examining contrasting responses to health initiatives around the world in different parts of the global south and elsewhere. In the socio-environmental aspect, there's increasing attention to the issues that have been raised here about the environmental relations. There's a lot of increasing literature and attention to what is considered the other than human world, and that is being really studied systematically. And it's situating human health in its material context with microbiomes, urban environments, multi-species relations, for example. But also there's a study of the bureaucracy itself, because we are also social and political animals, and there are many different issues of inequalities, politics, power relations, that it's better to understand in order to adjust to them and work with them. So the studies that are actually taking place now have to do with, for example, toxicity. That is where my research is going, regarding substances, practices, places, regulations. I study the governance of toxicity, what is called in anthropology, the chemoscapes, the landscapes of chemical elements and other microelements, and how they are managed between public good and private interests. And that is extremely relevant. And there's a new field, a growing field, an interest in science and technology studies. Last week I presented a paper in a conference, a big conference in Canada on this area that has a lot of research into these issues. And there are many also social studies about social and political responses to current threats to health and environment. So I believe that there's a strong potential for synergies if there would be studies that combine various disciplines, like expeditions of the past. I think that if we do research that actually combine researchers from different fields, we would all learn from each other. And in the dialogues, that would be an amazing teaching opportunity also for students. We could combine with new PhD students or master students to come along, and I think that would be extremely valuable. But also, we could have like a central space where there would be talks. Now that we've grown used to these virtual environments, it could be feasible to have a dedicated space to have talks that are that address non-specialists regarding the challenges outside their expertise, to talk to each other, to listen to each other, and to really allow for us to understand what others are doing and how the synergies could work. And this, I believe, would be an emphasis on the strength of diversity, which is one of the cores of the European project, which is not only cultural or disciplinary, but also technological and of science cultures. And that is where I leave my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before just passing this discussion to the audience, let me just brief up some of the, in a simple sentence, perhaps, for each one of the presentations, some of what was, for me personally, the aspects that were most relevant for each one. And with Professor Martesel, we saw that there are not direct contradictions between the wealthier countries and the poor countries in terms of the need for applying tools deriving from precision medicine into the needs for those populations. And our group of universities may probably give a strong impact on how to provide new kits to treat those who are in need based on these new technologies. And for instance, very recently with the COVID crisis, we all saw that the developments in mRNA enabled the development of new approach to vaccines, which can be applied everywhere and should be applied everywhere. So this was, in my view, a very relevant aspect. And then with Helena Braga, we saw that coming from a completely different area, she showed us that everything is related to everything. Everything is connected. So when you apply a certain view on a scientific problem, this same approach may be probably applied in a different one, as long as you have the distance to analyze it and see solutions. And then from Professor Fischmeister, we saw that how an holistic view may enrich our approach and may help us in finding those synergies that Professor Raul Acosta was also talking about. So all this that we are doing here is searching for those synergies. I thank you all. And we have still a few moments to discuss. So if there are questions in the audience, please raise your hands and let's try and see if you have any comments or suggestions. If not, I would like to ask also my colleagues if they want to bring any further comments, mainly about what our other colleagues have done during their interventions. So you want to know any further comments, please, you're most welcome. Do you like to do so?
Many thanks. I believe that we should think about having a kind of merged definition of global health from the view of the Anglo-Saxon interpretation of global health and French interpretation of global health. And then I think if we kind of do this, this merging, then we will get closer to the truth, which is, I think, is not outside, but with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments? No? If not, thank you very much. We then will close up this session now, and thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
The session is now concluded, and we invite all participants to take a group photo at the stairwell to register this moment. Afterwards, there will be a coffee break in the south patio, ground floor, before the second public session. See you all in 10 minutes.
Laurent.
Oh, yes.
Do you think that we give 2 minutes for a first comment?
Sure.
It's okay.
So, what I have to stop it? Or to stop it?
The time has now come for the second public session of the Annual Summit 2021, dedicated to the Knowledge Square and how to strengthen the links between education, research, innovation, and civil society. First, the moderator, Artur Santos Silva from the La Caixa Foundation, will present the theme of the roundtable. A panel of representatives from EUGLOH universities and local partners will debate and discuss with the audience how universities can improve the engagement with external partners and build inclusive higher education ecosystems connected with the surrounding communities.
Again, good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for your presence attending this panel. I would like to thank first to the structure of the university that was led by the Pro-Rector Joana Rezende, all the support that they have given to me to prepare this section, and to all the members of the panel. As you are aware, the idea in this panel is to discuss the role of the universities in education, in research, and how they should work in order to convert this capacity of generating knowledge in innovation with good relations, active relations with the entrepreneurial sector. I have raised in my contribution that it should not only be considered the relation of the university with all these capacities, not only with the entrepreneurial sector, but also with the social sector and the cultural sector that have roles very important in a society like ours to play. On the other side, the relations of the university with the local authorities, with the mayors and the team of the mayors, with the local authorities in a lot of areas is also very important, as well as with the central government to be proactive in order that public policies can be the most convenient for the country, for the society in general. And I hope that is relation that we are today celebrating EUGLOH will have a decisive contribution to enlarge the capacity and the power of the university to intervene better with all this network that is being created. So in order to facilitate the intervention of the members of the panel, I have looked at their experience, and I have challenged each one of the members to focus his first intervention in a subject that, considering the present activities that they have and the past experience, can be very helpful in speaking about some subjects. So starting with Antonio Portela. Antonio Portela is a leader of, in my opinion, the largest success in the pharmaceutical sector. and being an international company present in a lot of countries. And what for me is most impressive is research team, his own research team that they have, preparing new products and solving better societal problems. And so what I have asked Antonio was to speak to us how they have been so successful in attracting qualified elements, human resources for the research team, and how they can keep them at home and developing them at home. So Antonio, please take the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your very kind remarks. As Artur has mentioned, I'm the CEO of Bial. Bial is a pharmaceutical company devoted mainly to research and development of CNS compounds. I'm actually a former student of the University of Porto, so it's a great pleasure for me to be here and talk about this connection between the university and the industry, and in my case specifically about the pharmaceutical industry. You know, Bial is a company that has been that is almost 98 years old, and over the last 30 years we have embarked into a fantastic journey to create and develop new innovative compounds, medicines to bring to patients. We've been able to develop 2 compounds today, one for the treatment of epilepsy and one for the treatment of Parkinson's disease. And these are treatments these were the first medicines developed by a pharma company in Portugal. They're today commercialized in Europe, in the US, Japan, Korea, China. So I think we have been successful in the way that we have not only developed ourselves to creating a research lab, but also in terms of expanding. How we've done that, and Artur has asked me to talk a little bit about how we have created this and why is our relationship with the university so important. So we at Bial we have 3 main or the 3 strategic pillars that we have in Bial is quality, innovation, and internationalization. And this has been true for the last 30 years at Bial. And the reason why quality is the first one is because we want to be able to excel in terms of quality in everything we do, starting by people. Today we have around 1,000 people in the organization, 170 fully dedicated to research and development. And of those 1,000 people that we have in the organization, 90% have an university degree and 10% are PhDs. And obviously this is something that, at least in Portugal is unusual, but something that certainly has helped us to achieve where we are today. Without having the quality, the competences, and the know-how of the people that we have been able to recruit and that have been working with us, it wouldn't be possible to do this. So we do value, the people that come to work with us, because we do believe that, the better the people that we recruit, the better the outcome that we will deliver. And this is something that I think at least in the industry, a lot of people haven't realized yet that, by recruiting people that have, university degrees, masters or PhDs, that the value they can bring to products or services is going to be greater in terms of how we then get to the market. It has not been easy. Portugal has no tradition in terms of the pharmaceutical industry. So, these 30 years have been, a long and hard journey to make sure that we have the right people, that we can train them, we can continue to train them to focus on what the industry needs in terms of developing a medicine and bringing that to patients. We have been recruiting externally, obviously a lot. We have our research team, has 170 researchers, as I said. And we have 14 different nationalities in our team. So, it's really a multinational team that we have working together, bringing different experiences from, all over the world. It's been today, it's more of a challenge to us because we're starting to lose some of our people to some of the big pharma that come and you know, handpick what they want, offering them a lot more money than sometimes we can afford. But it's been really good, you know, to count on the universities in terms of bringing those PhDs and the graduates in. We do, you know, for us to continue to progress and for us to continue to develop ourselves, and you know, we're currently investing about 20% of our turnover into research and development. So, you know, that's about $80 million that we invest, euros that we invest every year in research and development. We need the university to continue to provide people with, you know, the right knowledge, but also the focus on the industry. And that's one of the challenges, and I can talk a little bit later about this, is how can the university, you know, develop themselves in terms of, you know, collaborating internally, but also working much more closer with the industry in terms of, you know, delivering high-profile people that can help us, you know, actually bringing medicines to patients. So without this link that we have with the universities, or we've been having not only with the University of Porto, but with many universities, you know, it wouldn't be possible for us to have achieved what we do today. The process of developing a new medicine is a very complex, a very long one. It takes about 10 to 12 years to develop that. And it's about getting the right people with the right training, but it's also about, you know, we at Bial, we don't develop the whole process. You know, there are parts that we do internally, but there's a significant amount of things that we do externally. And to do that, you know, obviously we work with other industries, you know, clinical research operations, but we also work with universities to actually develop things where, you know, the universities have acquired specific knowledge that we don't have internally. So, you know, these, you know, the labs that the universities have and the teams, you know, that where they have excel in their specific areas, they're absolutely fundamental for the industry to continue to do what they do, and also for us at Bial to continue to do. So I'll leave my first remarks, and then if you want, I can you know, explore a little bit more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Antonio. I am sure that it's so impressive, your story, that we will return to you at the end of this first round. So now we have the participation of Gabor Szabo and Katalin Vaju that will enter by virtual. I think is now, I don't know how, they are already? Okay. Please, Gabor, take the floor.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much.
Is Katalin?
Yeah, this is Katalin. We are together in the office with Professor Szabo, but I'm going to give now a short presentation to summarize our thoughts regarding the knowledge.
I
Do you
would like,
see my...
If you don't mind, I would like to, I want to be sure that you are connected, but I would like to introduce you. So the ELI, Extreme Light Infrastructure Alps, is a very strong institution, extremely very well equipped to support the generation of knowledge. And my main question was, how will you convert this capacity of generating knowledge in economic value through the innovation process? I think this could be for us very helpful and very instructing. So please, Katalin, go away.
Thank you very much.
Go away, no, go ahead.
I am. Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. We really appreciate being involved in this discussion, and we are very happy to share our view on the knowledge sphere from the Research Institute perspective. ELI Alps is a research institute. Its primary mission is to facilitate fundamental research. And in our understanding, research is a tool to better understand the world and to create knowledge. This knowledge then can lead to improved education. It can also seed the growth to innovation. And of course, after all these will provide the benefits to the civil society. So this is how we look at the knowledge sphere. These are all the indirect effects, what we have on the knowledge sphere. In this presentation, I'm also summarizing some direct effects that we have. So the first corner or side of this knowledge square is research. And this is quite obvious that we take our part because this is the mission here at ELI-ABS, to strengthen Europe's role in laser physics, to push the frontiers of science, and most importantly, being a user facility, our aim is to serve, to support researchers of various disciplines to reach their goals, to create further knowledge in their disciplines. We are providing access to state-of-the-art technology to all these users, and I would like to stress that we are still in the implementation, in the commissioning phase, but we are already running user campaigns towards this effect. The second side of the knowledge square is education, and we are very happy that we have a very strong ally in form of the University of Szeged, to have mutual benefits to both institutes. Locally trained personnel at the university that can come and work at ELI-ABS is a great benefit. And we also believe that we can contribute to better education because we can expose students at different levels to a world-class research environment. Both the University of Szeged and ELI-ABS are attracting international research collaborations to Szeged, to this wonderful city in Hungary, and not just to outside Szeged, but within Szeged, we do run research, interdisciplinary research activities between these two institutes. So this is our link towards education. The third side or the third corner is innovation and technology. Well, ELI-ABS is situated at a place which used to be an abandoned military base, and now it is being formed into a high-tech science park. ELI-ABS is in the center, in the heart of this science park, and around us, we hope that gradually growing out of the ground will be the science park. So the contribution of ELI-ABS towards innovation and technology is to act as a condensation nucleus, to attract all these high-tech companies to the region, and then to create thousands of jobs in the coming years, in the coming decades. We can share core facilities, research technology, and we can act as an incubation possibility to these facilities. There are other pillars of our contribution to the improvement of innovation and technology, because since we are pushing the limits in science, we are generating a huge need of state-of-the-art laser and photonics components. So we are actually financing the laser and photonics industry development in Europe. And the third pillar of our contribution to improvement in innovation and technology is based on the research results that we are achieving or our users are achieving to turn into innovation effects and then have a long-time effect to the society. As I mentioned in my introduction, we believe that the benefit to civil society is manifold from research through indirect ways, but we also feel it our responsibility to increase public awareness for research achievements and to increase the attractiveness of science and research careers for the younger generation, because this is something that we very much hope that the trend will change and more young people will turn towards interest in sciences. Well, this is how I imagined completing our tour in the Knowledge Square, and I am open to the discussion and to answer questions if they appear.
Thank you very much for your impressive and presentation and the great ambition that you have and that we are sure will generate important fruits for the society in general. So thank you very much. So now I would ask Laurent Pépin to make his presentation, to make his introduction for the team. Laurent Pépin has a very important experience in the biotechnological research work. This is an area very demanding and very, very important. He also has contributed to create conditions for startups that can work for themselves or to work in network with big pharmaceutical companies. And so with this experience, with this background, I think it can be very important for us how you are successful in creating conditions to launch startups in this biotechnological area, and also to what they can do to stimulate researchers, entrepreneurs, and students to work together and to innovate. So please, Laurent, take the floor.
I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here. Just some words. I have a PhD in genetics that I've done this some years ago in Paris-Orsay. It was at this time Paris 11, which is now Paris is the University Paris-Saclay. So it's nice for me to be part of this meeting. And now I'm working as director of partnership and international partnership at Genopol. So just some words about Genopol very, very quickly. So Genopol is it's a biocluster, it's a biopark in the same time, if you want. We have 77 companies only on biotech, to be clear, on Évry, which is part close to Paris-Saclay, of course. And we have companies from startups to big accounts like Illumina. If people are working in this area, you know what does it mean. It's a leader in genomics. So we have this. We have also academic lab in the same area. And we have platforms, technological platform, like in University Paris-Saclay, they are linked together. Évry and Paris-Saclay are linked in terms of platform. And this is a big ecosystem, a nice ecosystem for startups, because startups can find in the same area techniques, people, and potential collaboration. In this part, we are a non-for-profit organization. Our job is to help companies to born, in fact, to born and to develop. For that, we are creating the condition, we are trying at least to create the condition of a company to born. For this, we have different possibilities. We have what we call a shaker program. Shaker program is even before a company. It's for students or for people that are looking for a new adventure, if you want. It's a shaker program, so you don't need to be a company. You can integrate our program. This program, of course, you have a competition at first, and it's always good to have competition, at least to select the best one and to avoid some strange subject. And this shaker program is very good because during 6 months or 1 year, you have the first, I will say, first level on entrepreneurship, knowledge, the first test of what can be to be an entrepreneur, in terms of business plan, in terms of intellectual properties, everything needed for a company to board. This is our first program. And then after, of course, as soon as you have created your company, you can enter in other program, what we call Gene.io, which is a way to develop your company. But for a student, it's very interesting to join us. And we are looking for a student or people that have idea to join us, because it's important to have always the best people in our program. And it's a way for people to create the new condition. Of course, it's only biotech, but you know that biotech can be health, as we have seen this morning, but can be also what we call bioeconomy, like food tech, like agri-tech, like industrial synthetic biology, you know, something that you can, it's to replace, if you want, the chemical way to have new compound. It's also very, very powerful. So in this area, you have a lot of possibility to create your own company. Of course, we are also helping those people that are joining us with, because of course, as you know, the main purpose is always to find money. We are in the world of money is the first issue for everybody. And so we are helping companies, helping people, not only companies, to find money. We have in France what we call the BPI, the French Bank for Innovation, but also other possibility with what we call venture capitalists. So we make, we organize discussion between those VC or BPI with our people in the Shaker program, or when they have created their company in the Gene.io program. So they can meet with those VCs or French bank, but also they can meet with big account, like BI, for example, or big pharma, because this is a way to find collaboration. So as you understood, we are working with students as far as they have an idea. We can help them to create their idea, to make the condition for this creation. And on the top of that, of course, in my department, we have the European team that we are working with University Paris-Saclay or everybody else. We have been, for example, the coordinator of the Erasmus Plus program. So means we hope to get this program up and running, but we are working with international and EUGLOH University to have this program done. And so for the training of students in omics, because omics, digital omics are very, very important now. You have seen that everybody now is specialist on RNA, messenger RNA of virus. You know, we all know what does it mean, but before nobody knows, of course. So we have a lot of pressure to develop this kind of knowledge of biotech, and this is why we are very involved on the EUGLOH, and we are very happy to be part of that. So it was my conclusion.
Thank you very much. Laurent, pardon. Laurent, your contribution was very inspiring. I am sure that we can learn a lot with your success. And now, Stefan, please take the floor, because your experience can help us very much in thinking in the role of the universities to make the lifelong training much successful, because it's something that a lot of universities don't consider strongly in their objectives, and I think this is very important. And I also have raised another point to be considered in his considerations, that it is how to incorporate more in the first cycle of the university studies the entrepreneurship mind, like we have in the United States and in Canada, but differently in Europe is less present. And I think that something that needs to be improved is the capacity of launch startups with qualified promoters and young and qualified promoters. So I think that these two areas, considering that Stefan has a very, very large experience in helping universities and enterprises to have a convenient policy of managing human resources, managing the careers of the young students and experienced professionals, and with a presence in companies like Unicredit and Telefonica, where he has made great changes with success in this area of the lifelong education and the entrepreneurship. Please, Stefan.
Thank you very much for this very kind. Okay, so thank you very much for this very kind introduction. And indeed, I was listening very closely to the speakers before, because exactly this is my job at LMU, to connect on a sustainable basis our students from every grade of studies and every faculty to companies of all fields and branches and sectors. So in my personal opinion, the primary task of universities can't be to care about employability issues. I think if you follow this philosophy, the important thing is to have institutions at universities which do this job, like career services. And I think in this sense, we have to strengthen the career services, like being there from the first day. In our philosophy, from the first day of the study, in my philosophy, it's like to bring students in touch with companies as soon as possible, parallelly to their studies, And we at university at LMU, we do it like we have sustainable partnerships for about 12 to 18 months or even longer with companies. We provide several career events. We have an alumni management network. We provide career mentoring personnel, career mentoring, and our major task is to make these contacts between students and companies not a single point, but to make them sustainable contacts. And we do it by turning away from big career fairs where you run from booth to booth, collect biros, collect notice things and giveaways and gimmicks. And in the aftermath, you ask, okay, what was the real sense of this career fair? So what we did is we turned away from the big mass fairs, and we turned to very specialized meet and greets, career talks, online meet and greets, and all these things. And we want, because we want the right people on the side of the students meet the right people on the side of the companies. So this is our major task, and we follow this. And I'm talking a lot about this, and I love to talk about it, but I think it should be time to let some other people come to word. So I brought you one example with me. Futury is one of our long-year partnership company, and it's some kind of something one of my speakers before did, and I would like to show you the video from Futury, if it's possible. Okay, no problem. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, as Future is really the best example for connecting students to companies, enabling them to found own startups, to establish sustainable contacts. And the very good thing from Future is that they collect tasks from companies like Allianz, FC Bayern, and so on, from really big German companies and European companies, and they give these projects to students, and the students team independently, associated by Futury and some staff of the companies, they solve these problems for the companies, and they get paid as well. For example, my best example is that they made a big project about FC Bayern and the Allianz Arena in Munich, and they made a project of making this arena more sustainable. And all the propositions and proposals of the students really were established in reality. So the Allianz Arena was kind of redesigned by Munich's and Frankfurt students. Okay, so let's Futury ask for themselves. Yeah.
Everybody at the EUGLOH Annual Summit in Porto. We're more than happy to be part of this year's conference, although in a different format, obviously, joining remotely from Frankfurt, but nevertheless, we wish you a great time, great discussions, and a great exchange among each other. But who is us? My name is Charlie Müller. I'm the Managing Director and co-founder of Futury, and Futury, we are an early stage incubation and innovation platform putting together corporates on the one hand and the brightest minds, entrepreneurial talents on the other hand. Our core belief is that sustainability and innovation are just two sides of the same coin, and this is why we have set up many innovation programs where we're looking for bright people joining with their ideas, how to shape the future in a more sustainable way, how to make solutions work, become reality, and make also business models and startups out of them. That's why we are looking for many partnerships among universities where actually the brightest minds I just talked about are studying. And this is how we met the LMU in Munich and also Stefan Flaum and set up a great partnership during the last 5 years.
What we at Future really like with the partnership with LMU is that we from Future really can try out new creative and innovative formats together with the LMU. For example, this year we did like a 2-week online summer internship flash event on our Future ideation platform. It was an event where we brought together 200 students from the LMU and about 10 bigger companies on the other side, and the companies brought real world problems with them to that event, and the students had like 2 weeks time to develop new innovative solutions. The event was a huge success as well. Corporates and students were really happy. Afterwards, there were great results developed during that 2 weeks. And that's what the partnership for us with LMU is all about: finding cool people, finding cool students, cool new solutions. And we're really looking forward for the upcoming years as well with EUGLOH. What I really like at EUGLOH is that it brings as well like the international flair with them. Our project at Future are really international driven as well. So yeah, really looking forward for the upcoming years, and all the best to Porto.
Hey there everybody at the EUGLOH Annual Summit in Porto. We're more than happy to be part of this year's conference, although in a different format, obviously, joining remotely from Frankfurt, but nevertheless, we wish you a great time, great discussions, and a great exchange among each other.
Okay, so maybe one of the startups can do this. Okay, we are happy to continue this cooperation with Future as well with other companies. In all, we have around about 50 cooperations per year with companies. We are making up to 60 live and local and online events with different companies. And as I said in the beginning, our major task is to establish sustainable contacts, not only single point contacts. And that's our philosophy. So thank you very much.
So the last but not the least, as it's usual to say, we have now Ana Teresa Lehmann make her presentation. Ana Teresa Lehmann has a very interesting experience, international experience, and an experience where the interconnection between research and innovation was very present. And she was also responsible for some startups in important sectors of the future. So I think that it could be helpful in this meeting that she can speak to us about the several unicorns that were generated in Portugal. And I would like to stress this because in the late 50s, Portugal has 45% of the population analphabet and 30% of the population only with 3 years in school. So we have, by the end of the 50s, 75% of the population without being an analphabet, because really with 3 years in school, we cannot consider that we are not an alphabet. On the other side, in the beginning, after the revolution in 74, that bring to Portugal institutional democracy, after 2 years, we have totally installed the state of law and the institutional democratic democracy in our country. But at that time, we have a little more than 20,000 students in the university. And the capacity to generate knowledge was very, very limited. Today, and considering the last 25 years, I think was the most successful area of public policies was science. And obviously, the innovation process has benefited a lot of the development of the research capacity, the capacity of generating knowledge. Though I think that with this audience, it could be interesting to tell you some of these great successes, these startups that today are unicorns, so they have a value, a market value higher than 1,000 million euros. And Ana Lehmann was the challenge that I has made to her is to speak about this.
Thank you. May I greet everyone present and thank for the invitation of the rector and pro-rector João Rezende and greet my panel colleagues. So indeed, we came a long way, as our chair said, we came a long way in terms of results in entrepreneurship and in science, in public policy. So in all, well, just to set the picture, associated to Portuguese founders, at the moment we have 6 unicorns, and several of them come from university partnerships, notably the most present one being the Carnegie Mellon University Portugal program. It's interesting to acknowledge that because it's like half of them. So you need several ingredients for this, you know, there are no easy recipes or silver bullets. Of course, you need the vision of some individuals, and this is shaped by their own experience. And also this includes, of course, their training. Of course, we have lots of high-profile university dropouts creating unicorns as well, but we have a lot that are based in science. And also you need a multidimensional, conducive environment that has several ingredients. And you know, the mix of ingredients and what has been more relevant varies from case to case. So talking about Portuguese experience, there are several aspects that I would like to highlight, but not only for the so-called unicorns, but for me, what is even more important is to have a critical mass, a pipeline of startups, of entrepreneurial initiatives, what we call usually in that field a deal flow, that can be really significant. And of course, among these, some will thrive better than others. So here the challenge really is not just to create the companies. The challenge here, and I think the unicorns challenge was very interesting, is to scale up. And that is not easy indeed. So we need several ingredients for that. So in all, we really need an ecosystems approach to tackle this question and to understand the various dimensions of it. And in Portugal, we've been improving several of these conditions. I can give you some practical examples, and this is not from 2 or 3 years ago. For example, UPTEC, the Science and Technology Park of the University of Porto, has been created in 2007. I had the honor by that time of being a pro-rector, and it was a very fascinating time, and over 500 projects have been incubated there, really interesting companies. That is one of the ingredients, to have, like some of the former colleagues already mentioned, to have these dedicated spaces that are not only physical spaces, but also spaces of collaboration, of intangible exchange, of knowledge, of scientific collaborations, etc. Of course, here we are talking about entrepreneurship of a certain kind, entrepreneurship that is science and technology based. Then you need many other ingredients, and I think also in those we've been quite successful recently as well in terms of some public policy towards startups, in terms of funding them, co-investment, in terms, for example, of venture capital. That was an area where Portugal has been not so developed, but we've been successful in attracting international programs as well. And even some of the Portuguese players, have been growing a lot their ability to fund, especially Series A and B, the first rounds. But it's good, and also these companies to scale up, they must be born globals. They must be global, with a global approach from the start. And that's very important. I'd like to highlight something that I consider very important, and having Antonio Portela here, it's very important because it's the link between corporates and startups. Because for me, that is a crucial link, and we need still to work a lot on that from all dimensions, because startups typically, especially if they are science-based, it is very likely that their founders don't know how to grow them and how to go to the market. And so many of them failed, not because the idea didn't have a market or didn't have a relevant niche to explore, even worldwide. A worldwide niche can be very big, but because then they don't know how to enter the market, they don't have the team, etc. And so how do you hedge the risk? How do you protect yourself against that? For me, one of the best solutions is to have an alliance or a partnership with a larger company. And for example, in terms of the vaccines, you see now, for example, Pfizer, BioNTech, which was Moderna, has been a company that is growing a lot. But for example, companies with a certain dimension can be really a very fertile ground for startups to find their first client that enables them to scale. And also, on the other way around, it's very important also for large companies that have, more formal structures, less agile. It's also nice to be a part of that ecosystem in the sense that they can also benefit from the more maverick character of the startups. So for me, another idea that is very important is that no one innovates alone in the current times we are in. The world is too complex. We are in a world that needs open innovation meaning that an institution cannot just be closed in itself, needs to cross-fertilize with other players in the environment. We live in a connected world where the convergence of a greater number of technologies is needed to really make a difference. This meaning, for example, linking health to digital, among other examples we can give, to AI, artificial intelligence, or big data, etc., Internet of Things. And so you need the contributions from very different fields at the same time. And no one is an expert in everything, so no one can innovate alone. So for that, here the challenge is to really mobilize the different stakeholders, large companies, universities, because it's more classic that you have, for example, linkages between universities and large companies. Or now, of course, there is this fascination with startups. But then you need to link them much more, and especially to link them oriented towards the solutions of important societal problems, not just by their relevance, but also by the market opportunity they may represent. You know, we have a lot of examples we can give on that. In terms of, we still have a long way to go, because there's still I think some important areas that we need to tackle. For example, Portugal has been a very fertile ground, but I think we are very attractive to talent, but we need more, for example. We need more. So I think, for example, I'm going to say this is really, I'm really sharing what I think, for example, we need a very proactive immigration policy for qualified people, because we are a small country. And for example, the international companies that are coming to set up in Portugal, it's not difficult to convince them to come here with universities, with quality of life, with several positive aspects we can really explain to them. But then to grow, they need to ensure that this pipeline of talent keeps on coming. So we need that, of course, to work more on co-investment instruments. That's very important. But a good project can raise money all over the world. And these so-called unicorns we have are example to that. So in all, I think I would stop here, and I'll be happy to continue in the next round.
Thank you very much. It's interesting to stress the following. 20 years ago, our external trade balance have 20 to 25% of the products and services exported with low content of technology. And so today the situation is totally different. More than 50% of the products and services and the service accounts, the external accounts, are more and more important today. And they are the result of these startups that are essentially in the area of services. And today we have more than 50% of the products and services exported with medium, average, or high content of technology. On the other side, historically, our external current accounts, the balance was very dependent on other sources than goods and services. And today we have 7 years already, the last 7 years, our external current accounts, the trade and service, they are more or less balanced. And this is also an indicator of a great change in Portugal. So now I would like to invite the members of the panel to comment what they have heard, or to increase the communication that they have made with other comments, considering the initial limitations of time. So I would start by Laurent, please.
No problem. It's very interesting. I think we have all the same view of what we need for company to be created. If we think about how to sensibilize our student to this world of entrepreneurship, it's I think I've done in Munich, or it's to make contact between companies and students. It's very interesting. We are doing the same thing in Genopole, because we are inviting master students in master to come to see what we are doing. We are providing them with example of company, of people that they have done their company. In fact, we have different, not unicorn, but at least some good companies that that they have been developed at Genopole. For example, the insect is very simple. It's a company that they have provided. They are making alternative protein from insect. It's very simple. But they raised 350 million euro 3 years ago. So it's a big company, and I think it's going in the right way that make also the connection with the presentation this morning about poverty. It's also to have more proteins in the world. So you see that people means I think also students have, I would say, they need to have a job that they are feeling going in the right direction. So against the global warming, against pollution, and I totally agree with that, of course. So this is a way to, I think, to do it, to make connection between companies, between students, with university, and show that that the world of startups, of the world of company, is not only to make money, is of course to make money, no problem. It's also to help our species to be less destructive for our environment. It was my ecological sentence. Okay, so this is something that I think is very important, is to make connection between student, company. Of course, as you said, the deal flow is very important. To have many company or at least many students able to create a company is very, very, very important. So because a lot of will fail, and then we have after the scale up. Of course, to create a company is not so difficult. The main purpose is, to avoid the valley of death. So it's what we are in fact. It was my conclusion of that.
Thank you a lot. Thank you. I think there's a common. There was clearly a common theme between all of us in terms of how important innovation is, and how can we foster that innovation? How can we how can we attract the knowledge, the students, but also the teachers, to work closer with the industry, and the same thing, the other way around. How can we incentivize the industry to understand that, without innovation, without that added value of the knowledge of those competences, they can't move forward. So, the link with universities and how this works is fundamental. I think, in different ways. I think in the panel you've seen that happen. I think that when I think, and I was hearing my colleagues, and one of the big challenges that we have in Europe is, when you look at what has happened in Europe over the last 20, 30 years, and this is certainly true in the pharmaceutical industry, we've seen that we are not competitive in Europe, and we are, we've seen the United States, really surpassing Europe in terms of innovation, in terms of how they deliver value to society in different forms, in different industries. The way they interact with universities, the way that they create, products or services based on this collaboration with the universities, and certainly, if I look at the example of the pharma industry, 20 years ago, 5 of the 10 most sold medicines in the world came from European companies, and it's difficult to understand that today only 1 comes from an European company. So where are we going? The US has clearly made a significant move in terms of bringing innovation to the market, benefiting people and society about it. If you see what's happening in China, China is growing so rapidly, in terms of integrating, in terms of creating knowledges with the universities, with the startups, delivering fast-growing industries, product, services elsewhere. And in Europe, we keep debating about how we're going to do things, and we move too slowly. We are not ahead, that we need to do some changes, to be more, to maintain competitiveness. We really need to advance in terms of what we're going to do if we want Europe, to become a leader in terms of innovation again. And I think this is across the board in all industries. So I think, we do need to be disruptive about the way that we looked at innovation, about the way we looked at how do we force the industry to work closer with the universities, but also how do we force the university, and force, excuse me, it's probably a too strong word, How do we force universities to work closer with the industry? Without that, we're not really going to deliver. And we're not catching up. Certainly, we're not catching up with the US, and we're going to lose the race to China as well. So, the challenge I leave here, I think this consortium between, the 5 different universities is a very, very interesting consortium. There's a huge amount of accumulated experience in all of them, different things that we've heard on how the different universities do things. I would challenge, this consortium to actually try to, be disruptive about the way that you looked at the connection to the industry and also the connection to, bringing innovative products and services to the market. Because I think without that, Europe is not, obviously it's only one consortium, there's a lot of other things that need to happen in Europe. But certainly, there's a big opportunity because there's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of know-how within these 5 universities, and you have an opportunity to actually, deliver something that hasn't been done before in terms of, bringing synergies together with this consortium.
Well said.
Thank you.
So 2 ideas. One, to reinforce what has just been said. I think what Antonio just said is really important. Europe is really getting far behind in many areas because, well, there are many reasons. I'm not going to explore that now, but I remember once being in a discussion in Finland about artificial intelligence with European commissioners and ministers. And in 2 days, I only heard about problems, difficulties, threats. And then I had to say something like this, sorry, but can you speak a little bit about the opportunities, about how are we going to score, And this is what Antonio says is really of utmost importance. And the message, one of these key messages also is to focus more on innovation, on bringing new and improved products, services, and processes to market, rather than, research for the sake of research. Of course, we need a lot of fundamental research, but try to merge that with a purpose that really goes to the market. This is really, really important, and I'm also very concerned. There's only one area I think that Europe can really be leader, but it's in manufacturing industry, but on a 4.0 perspective. However, most of the countries don't have a proper policies on that. I know it's very interesting, digital, etc. But then this modern industry is not old-fashioned at all. It's also digital, also uses AI, analytics, etc. So this was to reinforce this very important idea. Secondly, if I may, I would like to attack a little bit in a kind way, but assertive way, an expression that we use a lot that I really, really dislike myself. That is called technology transfer. This is a view that, in my opinion, we need to fight this patronizing idea. There is knowledge and technology transfer from universities to companies, and just look at this because the speech, the public speech is very much like unilaterally. So the centers of knowledge are the universities, and these companies, they really need to learn from us. And I know it's not intentional. I know there's a lot of knowledge in universities, of course, in our universities that can be shared, but I really prefer a view that is much more bilateral, much more based on co-creation. I like co-creation. I don't like the word transfer. To me, it is totally outdated. Universities have a lot to learn from companies, sometimes from small and medium companies. Not only those of course, like BL has a great R&D, and they can teach a lot to our scientists from the university as well, but also sometimes smaller companies. So all of us that come from universities, we are here because we love to learn, but we can learn a lot from other stakeholders. So I really tend to fight this view of transfer that to me is very unilateral and is totally out of date.
Okay, thank you. I'm not the technician here. Okay, thank you very much. So a lot of things already said came from my heart too, especially the things told about Europe, because I too think that only Europe as one has a chance to compete with the other big regions on our globus. And on the other hand, I think we shouldn't just copy America. We shouldn't just copy China, India, and all these upcoming countries and regions. I think we should find our own way of European innovation, like keeping our traditions and using the best of European diversity to make exchange of our cultures, our universities, our educational systems, exchanging, if Corona is over, exchanging students again, and establishing sustainable contacts, not only in Germany for German students with German companies, but also with, for example, German students with companies in Portugal or in France or in the other countries in this program, and not only in this program. We have 27 great countries in our European Union. So I'm a kind of practical thinker. So my first step indeed right now would be to stay in contact with my colleagues here and to establish concrete contacts for a soon upcoming networking event, maybe in France, maybe in Munich, maybe in Portugal, with German, Portuguese, French, Swedish, and students from Hungary. So this is my offer, and I think we should, as soon as possible, get concrete to bring Europe forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. I would like to invite Katalin to make another.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we are together here with Professor Sabo, and he will now address this issue.
Just to make it trickier for you, so it's not Katalin, it is me, Gabor Sabo. Let me just, after all what you have said, I want to have just a short comment from the special perspective of research infrastructure. So what do we have in this roundtable? I believe that first of all, scientific research, especially world-class scientific research, is one of the best training fields to train young people to have one of the two necessary ingredients of being a successful entrepreneur, because you need their entrepreneurship, which we cannot teach. I believe that either you have it or not. But on the other hand, of course, problem-solving thinking is something which is also very important. And for that, science is a very good training field. On the other hand, we also have to show the whole ecosystem for our young people, including, for instance, IP issues. That when you enter a laboratory and you do your job, you have to have in the back of your mind that, yeah, sure, good ideas, but good ideas have to be protected. So that is something that we also have to kind of teach and show that type of a culture. And perhaps allow me to have a very special and in a certain way funny comment from the point of view of smaller European countries. People in countries like ours have a tendency to be somewhat pessimistic that well, world-class research, yeah, well, in the US there are these big people and so on. What we can show here, that you do research here, which is just as good as anywhere in the world. So yes, there is, however small or big your country is, there is a way to reach the cutting edge level and to reach the level of really world-class science. And this is also kind of an important mission of our facility. And this has to be also part of the university training. So we believe that it is very important that we have a very good collaboration with the University of Szeged. For instance, in PhD training, we really have a continuous flow of people back and forth. And I believe that this is our indirect contribution to the goals formulated by members of this roundtable.
Thank you very much, Gabor, for your contribution, additional contribution of this alliance, Catalina and Gabor. Thank you very much. I would like to end and to close the panel referring the following. I think that what Antonio has said, it's crucial. So the capacity that today we have with this consortium, that doing much more that we are doing is critical. And maybe in the priorities of the consortium, the subject of science, research, and innovation should be at the top of the priorities of cooperation between the universities. We have every kind of universities in this consortium. Today, in science and innovation, the Nordic countries are leading the developed world and the democratic developed world. If we compare the indicators of the United States and Canada with the Nordic countries, they are at the top. We have here a very prestigious Swedish university. I think this is an element that I would like to call the attention of the leaders of the different universities and the responsible for the cooperation in this consortium. And finally, I would like to comment that this is a serious European problem. So we have very competitive economies, in spite of the fact that we have market rules, but we have a welfare state that the United States don't have. And the costs in the United States don't incorporate the costs of the welfare state. And so Europe is being very, very competitive in the external area, in spite of the fact that they have costs that any other country support. Maybe Canada is close to the European welfare state. But in the Lisbon agenda in 2000, when Portugal was leading the European Council, in the Lisbon agenda was fixed the target of 3% in R&D in 2010, when the European Union, on average, was as 1.8. In 2010, the 1.8 was not there. It was only 2%. So then it was fixed for Europe 2020, the target of 3%. The target was not attained again. And so again, for 2030, the average is being considered 3%. So it's a failure, absolute failure. In our case, our country, with all the problems that I have already described to you, some indicators, then we have launched the promotion of the Lisbon agenda was made by Portugal with the support of a sociologist, a Catalan sociologist, Manuel Castells. And then Portugal has an indicator of 0.7% of R&D. And 10 years later, and we have considered that 3% was impossible for us. So we only get 1.8. That was the figure that was on average of the European Union on 2000. And so we were very close with 1.7%. But as I told you before, the European Union on average increased from 1.8 to just close to 2%. After came our crisis, because following the financial crisis, we have suffered a lot with the subsequent crisis, that what the public debt crisis, and Portugal was one of the worst in Europe. And so we have an austerity program that obviously affect very much this indicator of science and development, R&D. But after we returned, so in 2015, 2016, we returned to a movement to increase this contribution. And today, the private sector is already investing more in research and development than the public sector. And in the public sector, the universities are the most important contributors to the capacity of research of the country and of the public sector. So I think that here, the European Union should do much more to supervise the countries and to demand to the members of the European Union to have more success in this, the attainment of this target, because without it, it will be much more difficult for us to compete if we don't invest in research and development. We will not have a competitive capacity, keeping this fantastic asset that Europe has, that is the welfare state. So I wish all the best to your consortium to do much more that you are doing, and to be a stimulator for the European Union to go much farther than they are doing today. And thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much for the organization, and especially for the colleagues of the panel. All my thanks.
The session now comes to an end, and we invite you all for lunch and to join one of the 3 parallel sessions taking place between 2:30 and 4:30 in the afternoon. Thank you.